Commissioner for Education, Science and Technology, Evangelist Folusho Daramola, and other top officials for the ministry.
I'm still not satisfied, not completely satisfied. Some principals are better prepared than others, which was the whole point of going around today, so that all the schools have the Veronica buckets, they have the thermometers, they have the sanitizers, and they are arranged in such a manner as to allow for social distancing. Some have done it better than others. What would happen is that the Honorable Commissioner for Education and his team will still undertake some activities between now and tomorrow morning, just to be sure that we get it right. Although we have a week before the exam starts, I would much rather this is tidied up before then. So we have a pro forma form that is being handed over to all the school principals so that they precisely let us know who the COVID-19 coordinator is in their school and the arrangements that they've been trained to observe. And we're also testing some of them randomly just to make sure that we're reasonably safe. We can't test all the teachers. We would have loved to, as well as the students who are sitting for the exams, but we will do as much random testing as possible before the 17th. We still have the task force, which I head, and the task force that Professor Aluko coordinates. That has not been disbanded. That task force will continue its work. The Ministry of Education also has its own team responsible for monitoring. And I will continue my random monitoring in the course of that period. Thankfully, I got my second test today, so I'm negative. So definitely, I'll be out monitoring myself.
And even after the Lagos State government, they don't approve August 9 for reopen of worship centers. Some churches then still the reason say they're never ready, but others agree to reopen with the guidelines and way government summer them. Jacinta Obiku, our talk person, she summers Motori.
Although the federal government had since the month of June lifted ban on religious gatherings, Lagos State government had suspended the planned reopening as a result of the rise in cases of the coronavirus pandemic in the state, which has been the epicenter of the virus in the country, but now have approved the restart of churches with some measures.
Having left Ajowe State, where almost all the churches there are fully open and conducting their normal services with the whole preventive measures in place, we are here in Victoria Island, precisely City of David Church, to observe how it's going down here.
It's been an interesting day. It's new to everyone, and we're happy that people came to church and are obeying the instructions. We've had about 80% compliance, though we've had some people that felt it's not necessary.
Guideline has been generally ensuring that people adhere to this new way of doing church, because people are used to hugging each other, they are used to shaking each other, and they haven't seen themselves for many months. And so we've been very, very cautious to mark the floor, to ensure that there is distancing in the queues and different places as well. Strongly discouraged elderly people from coming in. And if we see an elderly person, maybe above the age of 50, maybe not up to 65, coming into church, we have reserved special seating for them.
Some of the church members expressed their views on the new changes.
Yeah, it's better because we've been home for 140 days and it's not been easy in watching service online. So for me to come to church and to observe all these few protocols, I don't mind.
Prevention, they say, is better than cure. So I'm very glad to see all these measures in place. It gives everybody peace of mind, and I think it's the right thing to do.
But to what seems to be unanswered prayers to some worshippers as regards to the approved resumption, Plus TV Africa stopped by at one of the churches indifferent to the directive.
It might not be business as usual, but from our gathering so far, you could tell that Nigerians are willing to comply with the federal government directives in the fight against this pandemic. From Lagos, Jacinta Obiugu reporting for Plus TV Africa.
And even for Vice President Yemi Osinbajo and on summer for independent process for the appointment of judges. And it's the Samayan for this one say it is very, very crucial to judicial reform sake of the significant role and where they play for the polity, economy, social and justice plus a democracy. Osinbajo Samayan on Saturday for the Justice Research Institute JRI online roundtable and when they call select plus appointment of judges. Lessons for Nigeria, Osinbajo Samayan say the integrity of the judicial system is very, very crucial to everything for inside the society. And yes, so former Commissioner of Justice and Attorney General of Edo State, Henry Idiagbon, in on task residents of Edo State, say make them stop all the badness and kasalagbege before the state governorship election. Henry Idiagbon, and when he been the yarn exclusively to Plus TV Africa, he accused the Edo State Governor, Godwin Obaseki, say in sponsor thugs against members of the All Progressive Congress. Idiagbon still summer said the recent violence began for the gates of the palace of the Oba of Benin, saying a badness to the palace and the image of the Benin, and say in no supposed shele at all.
I like to advise Edo people to eschew violence. All the Ebo Stone, all the Austin V. Boot, all the Motari that Obaseki is parading now as he talks, they should ensure that no Edo life is lost. If Obaseki is interested in talk, he should bring out members of his family. Because I'm not going to bring out my children to fight as dogs. So I don't want to fight anybody. I believe this is a contestation where we debate. It is better for us to judge than to war. So Edo people should eschew violence. Our youths, and I'm appealing to these three young men that I know, they know me, they should not allow themselves to be used to perpetuate violence. Because governor come, governor go, we Edo people must remain. Our corporate identity as a state will remain. So I plead with Edo people, there should be no violence. Let us go and vote on that day. Whatever the outcome of the election, it's an election. Whatever the outcome is, we accept the outcome, and then we move on. I plead with our people, there should be no violence. What happened at our Alba's palace is a desecration of the highest order. We, the Benis, we venerate our Albas. We don't joke with our Alba. Our Alba is not like, with due respect, like other kings and Obas in other kingdoms. Ours is special, and we know why. We venerate him. So our palace, the palace of the Oba of Benin, is not a place where you come with talks. It's not a place where you shoot guns. It's a desecration. And at the appropriate time, our ancestors, we ask him to come and do the appropriate propitiation to the ancestors.
And yes, so to follow us discuss this matter with the shell inside Edo State, na Marxist Kola Edopaye, and will be human rights activist inside Edo State. Kola, will they hail you this Kajad day?
Good morning.
Thank you, sir. You join our Bonga News. And how you take the see this matter with the shell inside Edo State now with Obaseki, State House of Assembly, and even Oshomole. How you see every?
Yes. Yeah, it's just a payment say what is just going to happen for our dear state between the Godfather and the Godson. If you take a look at what is the devil they fight for, so it not be the interest of the masses, not with the poor people interest, not with the traders interest. Not just your own selfish interest. Now that they fight for. It's just the thing say it they happen like this. Like just because of waiting attached to the office. That is why they fight. If to say the governor of the state, if they receive salary, the way civil servants they receive salary, I don't believe say this war of attrition could happen.
Okay.
To the extent say the state now don't they tense up.
Okay.
Both parties now they mobilize stocks. See what happened for House of Assembly that day.
Hello, you they hear me?
Hello?
Yes, you they hear me? I didn't hear you. Go ahead.
Okay. See what happened for House of Assembly that day. Sorry, see what happened for Palace. Where they go they shoot gun. You understand? the thing, if I think I'm the thing they pay me well.
Yes, we know say this matter where they share inside Edo State, they pain everybody as the matters take they happen like this. But make we look front, make we just face front. How we fit discourage this badness where they happen inside the politics where they happen for the state. I say make we look front.
You what you say?
You dey hear me now?
Hello?
Caller, you dey hear me now?
I dey hear you now. Talk now. I hear you.
Now, I dey talk say make we look front. How you think say we fit discourage this badness where they happen inside Edo politics right now inside the state before the election, so that everybody fit come out, can do wetin dem suppose do to vote for the candidates where they want.
Okay, thank you very much. If the security agencies they up and doing. Like what happened for House of Assembly that day, they say they arrest some people with gun. They never charge them to court. They never do any other thing to serve as deterrent to other people that don't mobilize.
Okay.
When they disrupt the election that day. Make the security agencies, because now their responsibility to make sure say there is peace. Not what they pay them for. So the situation whereby one party, you understand, they influence the commissioner of police. He go hard well.
Okay.
And the INEC and National Orientation Agency, they need to do proper enlightenment.
Okay.
They need for proper enlightenment. They letting the people say election not be war.
Not true.
These people they fight for so. Their children they are abroad. They attend one of the best universities. But now the poor children are couple for front. When they go they fight themselves.
Okay.
How much they give them? 50,000 naira. They don't use them finish, they go dump them.
Okay, so Mr. Kola,
our youth, yes.
As the matter take the bill like this now, and then as this tension now the high for the state, you feel say people go fit come vote, because now it be like say some people go down the fear say they don't hear say it be like saying a bloodbath where it won't happen inside Edo State. So how you think say you go fit advice so that people go fit, you understand, know what thing to do, and then these two parties where they fight go fit make everywhere they cadred so that everybody for the state fit come out, come vote for the people where they need to vote for.
Yes, thank you, man. Thank you. And no say what they don't adopt now politics of bitterness. And it scare people. Definitely will scare people. Everybody will just get their ass. They don't want to come out, come vote. But if all these our politicians they accept the fact that politics or election not be war. When they are liking their own supporters, so make them calm down. You go say other electorates go come out, they will come vote. Now, plus proper enlightenment now we need. Outside our main security agencies, where they do their work. Okay. If security agencies do their work, there are people they very enlightening. You say violence will reduce, and people will come out, come vote because they violence not there. But what did they happen in House of Assembly, Palace? This politics of war, it doesn't discourage so many of us. They will just sit down for us if these issues are not addressed.
Not true. As you don't talk like that, you're good. And say when two elephants they fight and at the ground they suffer and all this information where you don't give us, Mr. Kola and Agbonga information. We want to thank you for your time and make you get a better day.
Thank you. You're welcome. Thank you.
Yes. Thank you so much. Yes, so we'll go summer quick break, and when we return, we go summer on the rest of the story. We go return just now.
Quality wire, and quality cables. Quality cables. For quality wire, quality cables. Quality cables. Coleman will light up your life, brother, sister. Original quality wire, where they can't pay. Cable for any type of project. Light up your life, light up your house. Coleman won't light up your life. Coleman, who be the master for cable? Coleman, who be the master for wire? Coleman, original quality cable. When you feature for any kind of project. Coleman, original quality, durable, trustable. Coleman.
And yes, on top of Obodo Africa Tori, President Nana Addo Dankwa Akufo-Addo don't summer the need for the country to take charge of the petroleum sector with more Ghanaians and we directly they involved for the process to develop the oil and gas resources. Although Ghana then they make steady progress for the local content inside the petroleum sector, the development of Ghana oil and gas resources is largely in the hands of the foreign players. And even President Akufo-Addo believes say the country go gain from the sector if Ghanaians and follow Sama participate to develop the resources. And even President Akufo-Addo Sama this yarn when beneficiaries of the accelerated oil and gas capacity building program then call on for the Jubilee House inside Accra yesterday. The accelerated oil and gas capacity building program now initiate of the government to make sure say Ghana they trained for the petroleum sector as part of measures to improve local content inside the sector. And yes, so gunmen for motorcycle then kill 6 French tourists and 1 Niger tour guide and 1 driver inside Niger on Sunday, August 9. The attackers shell for West African country core area. The governor of Talaberi, Tijani Ibrahim Katela, been they quote the yarn this one. And the French government don't want people to make their no travel to big parts of Niger outside the capital, Niamey, where militant group, including Boko Haram, they operate. The Côte Giraffe reserve southeast of Niamey are popular attract for Niger and will be country of like 22 million people. France don't launch coalition of West African and European allies for June to fight Islamist militants for the Sahel region, we include Niger. And then don't deploy thousands of troops for the arid region south of Sahara Desert since 2013. But violence began from groups where they link to Al-Qaeda and Islamic State and on the rise. And yes, so the Egyptian government, they don't ban entry into the country without proof of, say, they get PCR test for the coronavirus from this Saturday. The test must come back with negative results and we know they more than 72 hours before they enter the country. And this now according to the Egyptian cabinet announcement. And then Samayan said they decide apply only to non-Egyptian foreigners. And the decision, puts Arab and foreign tourists and where they reach on top direct flight to Sharm el Sheikh, Taba, Hurghada, Masalam and the Masamatru airports, plus a transit passenger to those airports. And reportedly, they decide, they applied as soon as it been issued, a sake of the prepared flight schedules and with reservations where they date back 1 month. And the PCR analysis, go exempt passengers from the need to take other precautionary measures, including to measure their temperature. And Saudi Arabia, they don't earlier announce, say they no go allow the entry of citizens from plenty countries, including Egypt, unless then they carry the negative result of tests where they want. And even United Arab Emirates, they still announce say all arrivals, including citizens, residents, visitors, and transit passengers, say they must undergo PCR exam before they go enter their country. And yes, so on top of Obodo Tori, Hong Kong, business tycoon Jimmy Lai in the Colombia arrest the sake of suspect collusion with foreign forces. In aid, Sama So and Mark Simon and Yan say businessman been there under the controversial national security law where they imposed by China for June. And Mr. Lai don't be a Ogbonge supporter of the pro-democracy protest which shell for Hong Kong during by last year. And for February, the 71-year-old will still hold UK citizenship been they charged with illegit assembly and intimidate, and they call later Samaran police bail. And according to local media, Hong Kong police then entered the building of a media company and then been they search the office. And even we no go agree protesters and riot police, they don't enter Gbege Kasala for Belarus, capital Minsk and other cities. After one state TV been come out from poll and say long-time leader Alexander Lukashenko been there re-elected for Sunday election for Minsk. The police been used a stun grenade to scatter crowds for the city center. And reports of wounded people are in full everywhere. And even the state TV then come out for the election and then show say Mr. Lukashenko in win nearly 80% for the vote. And even main opposition candidates and Svetlana and Tikhanovskaya and Sama say and should not go trust the figures with Sama her 7%. The opposition don't say then they expected the vote to be rigged and say then go keep alternative count for the vote. And then Ms. Tikhanovskaya and 37, she entered the election to replace her jailed husband and she still waka lead large opposition rallies. And Mr. Lukashenko, on wey dey power since 1994, he don promise say the situation of the country go still dey under control. And yes, so inside a business story, the Central Bank of Obodo Naija on Saturday, they don't officially change the exchange rate of the naira to dollar from 361 naira to 379 naira for their website. The Apex Bank, they don't earlier express their desire to unify the exchange rate for the country as forex scarcity still there. And they never still announce if this one will be the official unified exchange rate. I mean, while the Naira exchange for 473 naira for the parallel market on Friday. And experts don't continue to summer single exchange rate for the country. The Presido Association of Bureau de Change Operator of Nigeria, Alhaji Aminu Gwadabe, don samaya and said this decision it go ease regulatory supervise and summer short transparency and effective price discover and deep ogbonge market. The senior partner regulatory and technology S-Transact partners Eben Joels in summer say the gap between the different exchange rates where they operate for Nigeria creates arbitrage opportunity for highly connected people. And yes, so still for front on Top Plus TV Africa News, now our roundup on top entertainment. We can return just now.
It is engagement we need to have.
Those who suffer miscarriages are never taken into account.
Members of the National Assembly are also influence peddlers.
You are sitting on Nigerians' money.
From the barbing, I pay my rent. On the barbing, I send my children to school.
A consultative engagement.
No any tangible notification before they ban us.
It's one thing for people to be at your back and the heat of the moment, and another thing for them to still be with you when push comes to shove.
I will do everything to take Lagos out of the national grid.
And yes, on top Jolly Entertainment story, Will Smith Production Company over Brook Entertainment don Kolobi settlement after they sue and sake of King Richard will be biopic based on the life of Serena and Venus Williams, Papa Richard Williams. For court documents, we then Kolobi and in the claim say over Brook chief don't enter settlement with TW3 Entertainment and Power Move Multimedia, where they dismiss their claim against defendants with prejudice. The two parties then still summoned the court to retain jurisdiction for the party to take enforce the payment term for the settlement. For June 20, shall say officials for TW3 Entertainment and Power Move Multimedia been sued sake of the project, and they claim say that them be the true owners of the tennis coach live right. King Richard will feature Will as Richard and Sania Sydney as Venus and Demi Singleton as Serena, and it is ready for 2021 release. And even Obodo Naija singer Fireboy DML don't announce the release of Instaformore project Apollo on Thursday, August 20, 2020. The announcement shared through in social media page. The album will be followed up to Naija best-selling album of 2020 so far, and Fireboy debut Laughter, Tears, and Goosebumps. Olamide don ready to release in 11th body of work later for 2020. The title is never still dey known. And yes, so on top sports waka, Red Bull Max Verstappen being win Formula 1 70th anniversary Grand Prix for Silverstone on Sunday to take end the Mercedes run and become Lewis Hamilton's closest challenger. The race they dominated from strategies and tires, and Lewis Hamilton been sweep past the Mercedes teammate Valtteri Bottas to take second place and late for the race and stay 30 points clear for the standings. 6 times world champion Hamilton will gain extra point for fastest lap, still equal Ferrari great Michael Schumacher record for 155 career podium finish. And yes, so that now Bongatori for this time. Make a leave on to breathe fresh air. We can still bring more background to retake common at tomorrow. For more news information, make on join us for Facebook, Instagram, and Twitter. Plus, you can make a bonga sense if you subscribe to our YouTube channel at Plus TV Africa. Always put your DSTV for channel 408 for more Ogbonge Tori, and don't forget to stay very, very safe. My name na Destiny Momo.
We can't talk about education reform if we don't decolonize our education system.
What we do not understand, we will stigmatize. Because it's just cultural. And I think it's just human nature.
They stop paying us salary. I don't like remembering it.
I am angry at Nigeria. I'm angry at this government which seems to be letting us down. I'm angry at us as a people.
In the process of struggling to free myself from his hand, he tore my pants and he raped me.
He said like, I'll give me a job that I'm too short, then I should go, but he did pay me, so that's why I can't sit down like that, so that my children will be hungry.
Don't give up on yourself, don't give up on God, especially if you give up on yourself, people will give up on you.
This is Plus TV Africa. Big stories live here.
It's been 8 years of violence, 2011 to 2019.
Why some are still sleeping, some have gone to have their bath.
This is how we began our journey to Uhogwa, Benin City. This is International Christian Center, Uhogwa, a home originally meant for the less privileged of this community and beyond. But since the year 2012 has opened its arms to the internally displaced persons as a result of the insurgency of Boko Haram. Today it has over 3,000 internally displaced persons, and we have come to know exactly what life and how life is for these people. In 2015, federal troops were sent to evacuate these IDPs to the north, but that was salvaged through the intervention of the then state governor, Adams Oshomole, and some state officials, as well as well-meaning Nigerians. Today, they are stable here, but not without challenges, of course.
It's not something that one ever think will happen in this country. Every time I talk about it, it really hurts me. When that began to happen and I started to relate with persons who were from those areas and they were telling me their horrible stories, there were times I could not eat for 2 weeks. It's like it was just on me to do something. Do something, and I had nothing that I didn't see myself like I was capable of doing something, because the people that had need were quite huge. There were so many, and the risk in venturing into such was not like just helping orphans and other persons we were taken care of before, but the pressure on me was really very, very, very high. Down deep in my heart, I felt God wanted me to do something, and not doing it made me restless. I couldn't eat, I couldn't sleep. Sometimes I just jump up at night and I would just be like, I'm there, I'm seeing them. And I would cry and weep and pray to God to stop these things. God, stop it, God, stop it.
Internally displaced people are vulnerable in different ways. Lami is 18, from Chibok. She hopes to be a doctor someday and in senior secondary 1. She's just about to go to her morning lessons. Her sister is one of the kidnapped Chibok girls. Her whereabouts up until today, yet unknown. Lami recalls the ordeal.
The time that Boko Haram come to Chibok is just in the midnight. When we are sleeping, we are sleeping in parlor, me and my younger sisters, and my mom also is sleeping. My father now lie down in veranda. In the midnight by 12, we now start hearing the shoot of gun. My mom now wake my father for him to run out of the house. My dad now run away. He now went to climb a tree. When we wake up, my mom now said that we should leave the house, we should run through the bush. And before we said we want to come out, the Boko Haram, they have already surrounded the place. And somebody now told my mom that we should not go out, that we should stay inside. When we enter inside, we are staying, we now see fire. And I now tell my mom that we should come out of the house so that the fire will not burn us inside. In the morning we woke up. They now say that if you know that you have a child or sister or cousin in that school, that you should go to the school. My dad now go there. Before he went there...
Which school is this?
The GSS for girls. It's only girls that are staying there.
Where?
In Chibok. And my dad now went there. They did not see them. And they asked of them. Some people now tell them that it's one trailer that come in and they pack all the girls and go with them. And then I asked, which roads do they follow? But some of them couldn't say that. They were all crying. And my dad now come house. He now said that they did not see our sisters from that time till today. And that my sister, before she went to the school, she came the other day. We cooked together, we eat together. She played head for us. She now played head for my mother. And my father now went and do shopping for her, buy things for her, and tell her to go back to the school. When she go back to the school, in the next day, they now capture them. When they went to the school, they did not see them, they did not see their things. They burnt the school and packed them all and go with them. And since she left that school, we have never heard about her, whether she's alive or she's dead, or any story about her, we have never heard. When we are in that bush, we cannot even go home to carry something to come and cook it. We are staying there for us to pick some leaf and eat, or for us to look for other fruits to eat in that bush. And at that time, we passed through so many things, especially me, a girl. At that time, if I'm in my period, I would just look for a rag or shed like this to use it, because I cannot see pad, I cannot see anything. Some other period that I passed through, even pants, I don't have it in that bush.
Once again, available data from Nigeria Security Trackers, NST, and the Armed Conflict Location and Event Data Project, ACLED, says from June 2011 through June 2018, the NST documented 2,021 incidents involving Boko Haram, in which 37,530 people were killed, doubling the conventionally cited estimate of 20,000. Over the same period, ACLED identified 3,346 incidents in which 34,261 people were killed. Both totals reflect deaths of alleged Boko Haram fighters, government forces, and civilians combined. Rachel and Sarah, both widows, having lost their husbands to the cold hands of Boko Haram terrorists.
They have 8 and 6 children, respectively.
The first time that the Boko Haram is enter our town, they will just come like thief. They will shoot inside the town. Everybody will be running away. They will pack everything away. So we think that it is thief. Sometimes they will just use stick and kill people. Sometimes they will just use knife and be cutting people. So at the last time, as the time that they come, they just come and surround the town and begin to shoot everybody. As they was shooting there, that day they kill they kill soldiers and some those that are staying there in the border. They kill them. So later on, my husband he just come from market as he was going. They meet with the people and road. Now they use stick and kill him. As we are there preparing how to come out again, one day they just come and surround us. After they surround us, they begin to throw bomb and rocket launcher and many things. We just did there like me. I just did in their midst. But what they never touched me for that time, there was focus on soldiers. After soldiers was running away, we that women that remaining inside the house, we begin to throw children outside through the wall. So we run before they follow soldier and come back. We too we have run, but they meet some women and some children that day. They pack all of them into bush. So later, as we are preparing that we want to go again, they went to my bread bakery and meet my child there and slaughter him. From there again, we don't carry the dead body come out. After that one, I am prepared because it is only me that remain now with the remaining children. The day that we want to come out, and I don't know where my children is. After 1 week, me too, I run along. Because you cannot able to remember children again. When they enter like this, everybody will be scattered. Whether you get small picking or you get grown up, everybody will go on his own. So I don't know where my children was. Me too, I just go in another way. From there, after we were running like this, at least some they have reached even 3 years. I didn't know where they are. Boko Haram
Boko Haram came to meet us in our village and pursued us into the mountains. We climbed into mountains for safety. Then the Wem Banker wrote us a letter saying they will catch up with us. So we packed our stuff and cattle and back to the mountains. They came there, killed a lot of people, and carried them and some of their things away to Goza. After that, on Sunday, they came back again, killing many, driving others down the mountains. After that, they killed my husband, his younger brother. Together, we all went
here. She is here with her daughter and grandchildren. This camp plays host to over 3,000 IDPs, mainly from Borno, Yobe, and Adamawa. One of the challenges here is the space to sleep in. It is 6 a.m. and we have just arrived at the camp from our hotel room on our second day. We have come to see how a day unfolds in the life of these IDPs.
Hello.
Hello, good morning, Pastor. Evening.
Good morning, Amaka. How are you?
I'm very well, thank you. How are you?
Yeah, I'm fine.
Just to say that we have arrived at the camp. We are in the car.
Okay. Okay, I'll meet you up there.
Okay, all right. Thank you very much.
You're welcome. God bless you.
Amen. Thank you. Oh, quiet and peaceful here. Oh,
Pastor, you're here.
You're welcome.
Thank you very much.
Good morning.
Did you sleep well?
Yes. How was your night?
It was good. We slept well too. Thank you so very much.
Thank you.
It's all quiet and peaceful here.
Yes.
So this is how life unfolds.
Yes.
Yeah. Oh, thank you.
Yes.
So we'd like to see where they sleep. Can you show us that?
Yes, I can.
Okay. We're just about to get into one of the rooms for the boys. According to what Pastor Evelyn had just told me, this room, one room houses up to 70 to 100 of them in one room. But because of the heat, the weather is hot, that's why you can see some of them sleeping outside. But again, it is safe and secure for them.
Yes, come on.
Okay. Good morning.
You can see. I'm still lying down. Yes.
So some of them are going to prepare for school?
Yes, for school, yes. They've gone to have their bath. Yes, that's why they are not here now.
So at what point do they sleep? Do they have a sleeping time?
Yes. That's from 10 p.m. That's when they sleep. Yes. Some are outside because of the heat. If all are here, you see everybody, just the way they are lying down, that's how everybody lies down. This is just how they lie down together. You can see this. Can you see the way they all lie down together? Just like that because of the congestion.
Crowded and congested, they still sleep on. Grateful they can sleep in peace as we take our steps across the room, careful not to step on them. John Ayuba is a survivor from Boko Haram attacks. He shares his story.
Like for me, 2 of my younger ones were burnt alive in the house. In the process of that, they attacked the place up to 15 times. So I have to leave the place and go to other places. I went directly to Goza local government inside the town so that I continue schooling there. I started from JSS1. Not long there also, they attacked the place, especially my school self. They bombed the place and you have to jump the fence for your life. If not, they kill you. They came in the afternoon during break time. So as we were just there, the teacher that was standing at the gate, they just started with him. They killed him. So the student have to either run through the window or jump the fence. So we have to jump the fence and run away for our safety.
Some do not even have a clear memory of the horror, but carry scars that would remain a permanent reminder.
When the insurgents attacked his village, the father was not at home, the mother was already dead. He had 2 elderly brothers who were locked up in the room by the insurgents. And then they decided to go away with him. As they were going away with him, so he was crying, he was shouting. His friend called Bale, who was 16 years then, heard his friend, John Daniel, screaming. So he decided to say, what's happening? Then he threw a silver plate into another direction to take the attention of the insurgents so that they'll be able to drop his friend. So after doing that, they actually started shooting toward the direction of where the silver plate landed. So Vale climbed the fence, jumped down, took his friend John Daniel, and threw him across the fence to save him. And then when Vale was trying to climb the fence, they pierced him on his back of his leg. But he was able to take him and run with him for days. And because they didn't treat him on time, that is why at the time he was treated, the hands did not heal well. So if you look at the two, they are not the same.
Though displaced, their hopes of education has somewhat been restored.
Cocaine! Cocaine is I've been teaching in this school almost 10 years now. And in fact, the children, they are behaving well and they are performing well academically. You see, this school is not just to teach just maybe subjects alone. The school is also meant to build their morals, to build them in God's way. So it's not just to teach to become a doctor, lawyer. No, they also teach them biblical ways, how a Christian should behave, the things you need to do.
Classes again are cluttered and congested. Feeding these IDPs does not come cheap. Food, water, clothing, and electricity, all of these remain a huge challenge.
The population has made us to have a lot of needs. Like in the area of feeding, presently we cook more than 10 bags. In fact, conveniently for everyone in this center to eat and be satisfied, we cook 15 bags of rice per meal. That is outside the tomatoes, other things for the stew. We make between 8 to 9 bags of gari for a bar per meal. In fact, we spend a lot cooking. We have to cook beans, 3 bags of beans, and so many tubers of yam, 3 bags of 100 kg, and so many tubers of yam to cook for children per meal. We need a lot of foodstuff, like brown beans for their health. We need rice. We need things for soup and stew. We need tomatoes, both the fresh tomatoes and the tin tomatoes. We need crayfish. We need everything, even yams, gari, all kind of food items, corn for tuwo. We need a lot of them in this place. This food you're seeing is for 50 children. If you look at it, you can't find meat, you can't find fish inside. The children, they deserve balanced diet.
The men, on the other hand, have their own story to tell.
The first time as they're coming, they just come and kill one of our members in our church. So he's a medicine seller. They just come and shooting him inside his chemist. So from there, they're just trying to come find where we Christians are there. So one of my friends was even quickly come and tell me that these people that have already mentioned your name, that they are come and find where you are. So I just quickly ran with my family. As we are running, we just enter the water, that is water in Lake Chad. That water is very deep, rich like this. I just raised some of my children on my neck. My wife have raised some. This is how we are trying to escape. We go hiding around the place where surrounded by water. Is there we slept daybreak. So by 8 o'clock in the morning, we came back. We come and see that coffee. We tried to talk to policemen together with our pastor. We have gone and rent flame booth. That took that coffee, put him inside. But before we go, the agent of Boko Haram, they have taken megaphone, moving around that village, speak that every Christian, he must return to the Muslim. Or when they are still coming for 8 days to come in, they will not still using gun, because gun is too loud. When they hear that they can run away, they will not use that gun, they will just use knife to cut every Christian.
Boko Haram come attacked me in my house. We are 3 in my house at that time. In that day, God, we are saving us, we are 2. But one of my friend Boko Haram killing. Now 6 Boko Haram come meet us on that day. We are sleeping in the room, sleeping, Boko Haram attacking. We come knock the door. 17 minutes past 1 o'clock in the night. We wake up. We are looking. I say, who is that? He say, it's me. One of my friends won't open the door. I told him, say, leave it, leave it, leave it. Still, he want to open the door. We are 3 in the room. This one of my friends he opened the door. He come outside. Before, in the time he opened the time jumping outside, he shoot one of my friends. He shoot one here, one here. So, me, I want to follow back of my friend. He put hand of my chest. Me, I back inside of the room. I bend down for ground. I raise up my hand like this. I say, what happened? He said, me bring money. This your friend won't go. He won't run. We kill us. So bring money. I say, we have no money. The money with me, I don't have money. I say, we don't buy fish.
Life cannot be the same again for these IDPs, but they are hopeful. Here, creativity is born out of hardship. With the crowd and congestion, many are prone to illnesses aside from those who came already ill. And when the burden press and seem beyond endurance, there is a place of solace to run to for worship and giving thanks. As I moved around this camp, one thing is evident. Life has dealt them a heavy blow, but their joyful spirit, cheerfulness, and happiness not crushed. Playing away as if oblivious of their circumstance. The challenges are, however, enormous and more humanitarian assistance needed.
I want to appeal. You can give scholarship to some of these children. You can contribute so that as much as you have, whether little or much, and you can just come here, look at all our needs, whatever aspect of our need that you know you can fit in, you are welcome.
Now and again during our stay, they continued to entertain us to some local songs. Expressing gratitude for our coming, firmly sharing in the collective hope that someday, just someday, they will be back to their homes united again with what is left, if any, of their loved ones. The big question remains, when and how soon will this be?
First of all, I think every Nigerian should know that nobody owes you anything.
Well, I've delivered my advocacy in a language I hope we understand.
Ni hao.
So let's forget the charade that is decency. Nigeria is culturally bankrupt.
He brought up Big Brother. They're telling them that if you want to be famous, if you want to be noticed overnight, you want to be a star, this is your ladder in a country where there is no hope for you otherwise.
Let me take it up from there. We are a country where we punish good behavior and reward bad behavior.
If we all, the way we troop out to Canaan land, and we all troop out like that and say, we'll just sit down here on the express and won't go anywhere until government takes a decision.
It's easier said than done in the sense that clearly, otherwise we would have done it. Because going out and protesting without a goal is a pointless protest.
That approach is not working.
You have not protested.
No, hold on. No, hold on.
Plus TV Africa is a news television station that prides itself in presenting to our audience the unbundling of big stories that impact the lives of Africans at home within the continent and those in diaspora.
I'm on the field and ready for you.
Okay. Vibration and a sudden explosion.
You have to think big, but you have to start small.
I want to encourage you to wear a mask wherever you go.
We use some of the best technology to create the kind of content that millennials love to watch. We unbundle the kind of stories that impact their lives and they are happy to learn from. This is where big stories live.
3, 2, 1,
Thank you for joining us in Plus TV Africa News.
Many thanks for joining us on News on the Hour on Plus TV Africa. Here are the stories making the headlines. I am Osaogi Ogbonwa. Nigeria has recorded 437 new cases of coronavirus, bringing the total number of COVID-19 infections in the country to 46,577. The Nigeria Center for Disease Control (NCDC) disclosed the updated figure, which rose from 46,140 in a tweet on Sunday night. Of the new cases reported, Lagos has the highest number of infections with 107, followed by the Federal Capital Territory and Plateau State, which reported 91 and 81 cases respectively. Others are Kaduna with 32, Ogun State with 30, Kwara 24, Ebonyi with 19, Ekiti 17, Oyo with 8 cases, Borno 6 cases, Edo also with 6 cases. Kano State had 4 cases, Nasarawa, Osun and Taraba all with 3 cases each, Gombe with 2 cases and Bauchi State with 1 case. The Ekiti State Governor Kayode Fayemi on Sunday said he has recovered and tested negative for the coronavirus, and he was back to the grind. In July, Fayemi joined the growing list of state governors and other high-profile Nigerians who tested positive for coronavirus. Governors of Kaduna, Oyo, Bauchi, Ebonyi, Ondo, and Delta states tested positive and have since recovered from the virus. And also, the governor of Ekiti State, Kayode Fayemi, has promised to ensure safety of students and teachers in the state through the provision of safety equipment. Fayemi said this while inspecting some schools in the state ahead of the planned reopening of schools, ahead of the forthcoming West African secondary certificate examinations. The governor was accompanied on the tour by the Commissioner for Education, Science and Technology, Evangelist Folusho Daramola, and other top officials of the ministry.
I'm still not satisfied, not completely satisfied. Some principals are better prepared than others, which was the whole point of going around today, so that all the schools have the Veronica buckets, they have the thermometers, they have the sanitizers, and they are arranged in such a manner as to allow for social distancing. Some have done it better than others. What would happen is that the Honorable Commissioner for Education and his team will still undertake some activities between now and tomorrow morning, just to be sure that we get it right. Although we have a week before the exam starts, I would much rather this is tidied up before then. So we have a pro forma form that is being handed over to all the school principals so that they precisely let us know who the COVID-19 coordinator is in their school and the arrangements that they've been trained to observe. And, we're also testing some of them randomly just to make sure that we're reasonably safe. We can't test all the teachers. We would have loved to, as well as the students who are sitting for the exams, but we will do as much random testing as possible before the 17th. We still have the task force, which I head, and the task force that Professor Aluko coordinates. That has not been disbanded. That task force will continue its work. The Ministry of Education also has its own team responsible for monitoring. And I will continue my random monitoring in the course of that period. Thankfully, I got my second test today, so I'm negative. So definitely, so I'll be out monitoring myself.
And while the Lagos State government approved August 9 for resumption of worship centers, some churches are of the opinion that they are not ready, but others opted to reopen with the view of compliance. Jacinta Obuku brings us more.
Although the federal government had since the month of June lifted ban on religious gatherings, Lagos State government had suspended the planned reopening as a result of the rise in cases of the coronavirus pandemic in the state, which has been the epicenter of the virus in the country, but now have approved the restart of churches with some measures.
Having left Ajowe State, where almost all the churches there are fully open and conducting their normal services with the whole preventive measures in place, we are here in Victoria Island, precisely City of David Church, to observe how it's going down here.
It's been an interesting day. It's new to everyone, and we're happy that people came to church and are obeying the instructions. We've had about 80% compliance, though we've had some people that felt it's not necessary.
Guideline has been generally ensuring that people adhere to this new way of doing church, because people are used to hugging each other, they are used to shaking each other, and they haven't seen themselves for many months. And so we've been very, very cautious to mark the floor, to ensure that there is distancing in the queues and different places as well. Strongly discouraged elderly people from coming in. And if we see an elderly person, maybe above the age of 50, maybe not up to 65, coming into church, we have reserved special seating for them.
Some of the church members expressed their views on the new changes.
Yeah, it's better because we've been home for 140 days and it's not been easy in watching service online. So for me to come to church and to observe all these few protocols, I don't mind.
Prevention, they say, is better than cure. So I'm very glad to see all these measures in place. It gives everybody peace of mind, and I think it's the right thing to do.
But to what seems to be unanswered prayers to some worshippers as regards to the approved resumption, Plus TV Africa stopped by at one of the churches indifferent to the directive.
It might not be business as usual, but from our gathering so far, you could tell that Nigerians are willing to comply with the federal government directives in the fight against this pandemic. From Lagos, Jacinta Obuku reporting for Plus TV Africa.
The Nigerian Medical Association has announced the setting up of a 3-member committee to investigate the shameful behavior exhibited by its members in Enugu State during the aborted election, while describing the action as public opprobrium brought on the noble profession of medicine in Nigeria. The association apologized to Nigerians and other nationals who may be disappointed at the behavior of some doctors during the Enugu State NMA elections. It told all the state branches of the NMA yet to conduct the elections to ensure that the values and of course, the rights of all members were not eroded. The committee, chaired by a former president of the NMA, Professor Michael Girima, also had Agam Ayuk and Chris Yugwan, immediate past chairman of the NMA in Cross River State and Plateau State, as members. Joining us live is Dr. Edoga Chima, the chairman CMDA Esut Parkley in Enugu, and also Professor Chidi Odinkalu, former chairman of the National Human Rights Commission. Thank you very much for joining us.
Good afternoon. Thank you for having me.
I'm going to start with...
Good afternoon. Thank you.
Thanks for joining us once again. I'm going to start with Mr. Edoga. Some people have linked the violence at the NMA elections to the suspension of the incumbent chairman, Dr. Okwesili. Do you agree that this might, be one and the same?
Okay, thank you very much for having me. I'm also glad to be here with Professor Chidi Odinkalu. I follow you a lot on the news. That's an issue on its own, but the principal issue that led to some aggrieved members was disenfranchisement from voting in an election. Because of the interests of the outgoing chairman to do his bidding, to influence the outcome of the elections. So that was the crux of the matter and led to breakdown in the election process.
When you say outgoing chairman, are you referring to the suspended Dr. Okwesili?
Yes, precisely.
Okay.
Dr. Ike Okwesili.
Yeah. Okay. So what exactly would you describe as the biggest issues, aside like what you've mentioned, disenfranchisement of some of those members? Were there other things that were creating all that the issues in the NMA?
Okay. The constitution of the electoral committee did not follow the laid down procedures in the bylaws governing the association. So that in itself was also faulty. Then the issue of the disenfranchisement of members. So these were the two critical issues, and the police, that were present at the venue of the elections, they evaluated the situation and called the returning officer that they envisage that there may be breakdown in law and order if they continue to disenfranchise this particular subset of the association. And in the morning of the election, the commissioner for police actually requested for audience, between the suspended chairman and the acting chairman. The acting chairman was there at the police station by the time 8 a.m. However, the suspended chairman, Dr. Ike Okwesili, did not honor the invitation. He had to, be taken from the election venue to the police station, where the deputy commissioner for police, advised both parties to follow law and order, and then advised Dr. Ike Okwesili to ensure that nobody is disenfranchised.
Okay, then would you be able to also share with us what body may have been responsible for the appearance of thugs at the election?
Okay, contrary to reports that have been making the news on print media and social media, there were no thugs, on the election venue, and there were no weapons, brought into the election venue. I want to paint a picture of what actually transpired because I was an eyewitness, from the beginning of the event to the end. There was police presence, and there was also the presence of members of the DSS, Department of State Services. And they were at the gates. They were strategically positioned all through the Opera Square, which is also a public venue. So it's very strange how thugs can pass through, the security at the gate, pass through all the levels of security, and they stop the election and then go scot-free without any arrests. So that report is actually false, and I want to categorically say that the report is false. There were no thugs and no weapons were brought into the election venue.
So what you're saying is that the violence that was witnessed was, of course, carried out by doctors themselves and not thugs.
Well, I wouldn't say that it was actually violence. What actually provoked the crisis was when the outgoing chairman came dangerously close to the ballot box when some aggrieved members who were disenfranchised were chanting that they should be allowed to exercise their franchise. So that triggered off the mayhem that made the tables, that had the ballot box.
I mean, why I'm asking is because, there are video clips that show that there was obviously a crisis situation. There's also pictures of doctors that were seriously hurt and had blood all over them. So would you say, this was simply because some people came close to the chairman of the NMA? Okay, we seem to have lost Dr. Edoga there. Let's now speak with from the National Human Rights Council, Chidi Odinkalu. Thank you very much for joining us.
Thank you for having me, sir. Good afternoon again. And good afternoon, Dr. Edoga.
Your perspective, of course, I would love to hear about this. Would you say that the problem lies with the people and not the systems? If we are seeing an election that was simply meant to be amongst doctors turn into a situation like this?
Well, I'm trying to think about this carefully because what I'm hearing from Dr. Edoga is actually much worse than... I think it's actually, it would have been better to hear that thugs were at the venue. But to sit down here and hear that to hear him categorically deny that thugs were at the venue makes me worry a lot more. Because the facts are also that there was violence, that there was bloodletting. Some medical doctors actually lost blood. You see, we tend to associate doctors with blood and saving lives, and the surgical theater or the labor ward where they're doing an episiotomy or something or delivering a child. Now, if doctors, for the sake of a contest amongst them as to who would lead them in a local branch, are letting blood, something is fundamentally wrong with our formation processes. Doctors are the people who spend the longest time trying to acquire their qualification. And they do it because they want to save lives. And here we are over what is supposed to be a vocational election. They are doing bloodletting and hiring police and hiring SSS. When we graduate students, we graduate them because they are fit in character more than learning. And when before doctors get into the vocation, they swear to the Hippocratic oath to save life. The question I therefore ask is, where is the medical and dental practitioners disciplinary committee? Because as far as I'm concerned, this is such a fundamental thing to the nature of the vocation of medicine that people should lose their licenses for. If we don't get to the point where there are consequences for this kind of idiocy, because this is beyond idiocy, if we don't get to the point as a country where medical doctors, all of them should feel sufficiently outraged that people should pay a price for this, we should shut down the damn country and let everybody go away.
Interesting. Now, Dr. Edoga is back, so let's bring him in here. You've listened to, of course, what Professor Odinkalu has said. Can you quickly respond to that? And then I also want you to share with us what steps are being taken to restore hope in the NMA.
Okay, thank you very much. I apologize for the break in transmission. I would like to categorically say that what happened on August 6th, in Enugu State, in the election, regrettable and, condemnable, but they were preventable and they were predictable too. Efforts were made to actually prevent this from happening. In the election, there was no bloodletting. People were just there to insist that their rights are not disenfranchised. Where there was bloodletting was in another venue where one of those that got wounded, it was accidental. It was not like an inflicted injury on the doctor, contrary to reports that are making rounds. So there were no altercations that led to people having to lose blood at the election venue. The police were there, the DSS were there. So where the bloodletting occurred was in a separate venue where the electoral committee chairman took the scattered ballot papers, which he arranged to go and count something that is already invalid. In the process, the another group of doctors wanted to find out what was happening there, and then the injuries came, but the injuries were accidental. So I would like to also say that what happened, was accidental and it was preventable. And the efforts that are being made by the national is highly welcome. We are expecting them to arrive any moment from now, so that they can look into the immediate and the remote causes of this problem, and also find a way to solve it and prevent it from ever happening again, because it does not paint doctors in good light. Doctors are known to be responsible citizens and have a high level of professionalism.
All right, I'm going to wrap up with Chidi Odinkalu now. Just your quick thoughts on where we might be headed with regards to do or die elections in Nigeria. These are persons that you would also expect, should be, painting a better example for what we expect in the future of Nigeria, of our country. And so, you might say this is heartbreaking, but what do you think we should be looking forward to after, seeing scenes like this?
Consequences, ruthless consequences. Look, I've spent 10 years within the legal profession canvassing for us to reform our mechanisms and hold people accountable and begin to lustrate and remove people who think service to the vocation is life and death. Now, by the way, in 2014, the ICANN elections were rigged. In 2016, Nigerian Bar Association elections were rigged. In 2018, Nigerian Bar Association elections were rigged. We've got to the point now where we're having people prosecuted in 2020 for having rigged the 2018 Nigerian Bar Association elections. And in 2020, NMA branch elections in Enugu drew blood. This tells you leadership in Nigeria is messed up. If we don't begin to have consequences, we will not get anywhere. At the Bar Association, we are prosecuting people. I challenge NMA to begin to prosecute people. No apologies will do. No public relations. That is the only way forward. Prosecute doctors for bringing all of us who have gone to school into disrepute. Period.
Thank you so much for sharing with us. Of course, Professor Chidi Odinkalu, I would love to speak with you again on this. And of course, Dr. Edoga also, thank you very much.
Thank you.
And now in business, the Central Bank of Nigeria on Saturday officially changed the exchange rate of the Naira to the dollar from 361 Naira to 379 Naira on its website. The Apex Bank had earlier expressed its decision to unify the exchange rates in the country as forex scarcity persisted. It was, however, yet to announce if this would be the official unified exchange rate. Meanwhile, the Naira exchanged for 473 Naira at the parallel market on Friday. Experts have continued to clamor for a single exchange rate in the country. The President Association of Bureau de Change Operators of Nigeria, Alhaji Aminu Gwadabe, had said that this decision would ease regulatory supervision, ensure transparency and effective price discoveries, and deepen market perfections. The senior partner, Regulatory and Technology Transact Partners, Ibn Joel, said the gap between the various exchange rates operating in Nigeria created arbitrage opportunities for highly connected individuals. Still ahead on Plus TV Africa News is our roundup in entertainment and sports. We'll be back in a moment.
We can't talk about education reform if we don't decolonize our education system.
What we do not understand, we will stigmatize. Because it's just cultural. And I think it's just human nature.
They stop paying us salary. I don't like remembering it.
I am angry at Nigeria. I'm angry at this government which seems to be letting us down. I'm angry at us as a people.
In the process of struggling to free myself from his hand, he tore my pants and he raped me.
He said like I'll give me a job that I'm too short, then I should go, but he didn't pay me, so that's why I can't sit down like that, so that my children will be hungry.
Don't give up on yourself, don't give up on God, especially. If you give up on yourself, people will give up on you.
This is Plus TV Africa. Big stories live here.
A lot of the jobs that exist today will not exist in the next 10 years.
When I see people today shouting, we're not too young to run, we are ready to run. Ready to run to where?
people of excellence are, to a certain extent, being held ransom by idiots and bandits.
Once you are in government, you believe everything you do is right. And once you are in opposition, everything the government does is wrong.
And so it's time for us to take over power.
And in entertainment, Warner Media is expected to let go of at least 800 staffers and its Warner Bros. And HBO operations as part of a broad restructuring put in place by the unit's CEO, Jason Kilar. Warner Bros. Is expected to commence layoffs of around 650 people starting Monday, according to people familiar with the matter, while HBO is seen shedding between 150 and 175 staffers. A Warner Media spokesman declined to comment. The layoffs come after Kilar on Friday unveiled a significant reworking of the media's company operations, ousting the top programming leader at HBO Max, Robert Greenblatt, and Kevin Riley, on rolling all over Warner Media's production operations into a single operation. In their place, Kilar put Warner Bros. Chief Ann Sanoff in charge of developing content for the new streaming service, as well as the company's big entertainment-focused basic cable networks, TNT, TBS, and truTV. Andy Fossil's general manager of HBO Max was put in charge of the new entity's business. That is all on entertainment news. My name is Ifil Mai. The best in sports is after this.
And in sports, the NBA announced its 6 major annual award finalists for the 2020 season on Saturday. The most important, most valuable player is led by LeBron James, Giannis Antetokounmpo, and James Harden. The other awards include Rookie of the Year, Defensive Player of the Year, Six-Man Award, Most Improved Player, and Coach of the Year. An official date to announce the winners of the NBA awards has not been released yet. We have a basketball expert, Femi Adefeso, joining us this afternoon as we look at 2 categories in the NBA awards. Good to have you with us, Femi.
Yeah, good to be on the show with you, Joker. Good afternoon.
Yeah, good afternoon. Now, let's look at the NBA awards. For the most valuable player, we have the top 3, Giannis Antetokounmpo, who plays for Milwaukee Bucks, James Harden, who plays for the Houston Rockets, and LeBron James, who plays for the Los Angeles Lakers. What's your take on this, and who do you think will emerge as the MVP?
My take on the nominees, I think it's perfect. The 3 best players in the league for now, and the way the league has been going, look at the trajectory of Knicks. James Harden is the leading scorer in the NBA. He had the most points scored last season and averaging the most at the moment, 34.4 points per game. So you look at him and what he's been able to do with the Houston Rockets. Though as a guard, you would expect him to average more assists, but 7.4 is not bad per game. So you look at it. But the big question is, if you take him out of the Houston Rockets, would they still be able to get as many wins as they've been able to get so far? You might say yes, you might say no, depending on how you see it. But I think he's a very crucial player. I think he deserves to be nominated, but he's not my pick. You look at LeBron James with the Los Angeles Lakers. I think this season is averaged about 25.7 points per game, and that's a little lower, but you could expect that in the 17th season. But he's done well in terms of helping his teammates look better. He has the highest assists this season. I think he's averaged about 10.6 assists per game and 7.9 rebounds, and that really gives him a huge shout. And yes, it's very crucial to the Los Angeles Lakers how well they've done so far. Let's be honest. As star-studded as that team is, without LeBron, they are not as formidable and they are not as great. But the reigning most valuable player, Giannis Antetokounmpo, has been leading the Milwaukee Bucks in great strides. I mean, this year, you look at it, they have the best record in the league. They are the top team. And Giannis is averaging about 29.6 points per game. That's above LeBron James, although below James Harden. His average in terms of assists is lower than both players. However, you look at the role he plays for his team, you don't expect him to be a huge facilitator, but averaging 5 assists per game is quite huge in the NBA. And his rebounds is about 18.7, which is a lot higher. But why I kind of like Giannis, or why I would pick Giannis, not just because he's the reigning most valuable player or because he has Nigerian heritage, but the fact that he has the least support of all the other two players. You take Giannis out of Milwaukee Bucks, they're totally flat. He'll probably be in the position of the Cleveland Cavaliers or the Golden State Warriors this season, to be honest. And he's a bit more versatile in terms of what he brings, because also on the defensive end, he's a very huge player. And that's why he's also been nominated as Defensive Player of the Year. So his impact is both on offense and defense. And I think he deserves to be named back-to-back most valuable player of the NBA this year.
Thank you very much, Femi, for your great analysis as always.
Thank you for having me.
All right, and that's it on Sports Update on Plus TV Africa. I'm Udoka Njoko.
Thanks a lot to Doka for that. And of course, that's our news roundup of events at this hour. For more news updates, please follow us at Plus TV Africa on Facebook, Twitter, and Instagram. And do subscribe to our YouTube channel at Plus TV Africa. We will be back later with more stories making the headlines. To join us, I am Osaogi Ogbonwa.
This is it for upcoming artists to blow in Nigeria.
Welcome to Plus Trending. I am Buki November, your host, saying thank you for joining us on today's episode.
Welcome back. It's tea time on Plus TV Africa.
Practice makes perfect. I'm not perfect yet, but I'm a lot better than I used to be.
He's a king. He's entitled to marry 100 if he wants to.
Hi, this is Tea Time on Plus TV Africa, where we'll bring to you the biggest sentiment stories and definitely analyze them for you. My name is Elsie Godwin, and I have my co-anchors with me, Ife Omai and Ife Oluosunke.
It's good, it's good.
Hi.
How's it going?
I'm fine.
How was the weekend?
Good, restful, fun.
Yeah? Amazing.
Restful.
Ife, tell us. Amazing.
No, just restful.
It was just amazing.
Yeah, it was just amazing. A lot of food, a lot of sleep.
Ife likes food.
Yeah, I do love food. I won't even lie about it. There are two things that keep me going: food and money. Provide those two and we're good, man.
Okay.
Best of friends. Yeah, so a lot of food, a lot of sleep, and yeah. A lot of anger as well, though.
Anger?
Yeah.
How come?
It's personal stuff. I'm just angry about a lot of things.
Oh, yeah.
Is Buhari on the list?
Well, tops the list, actually.
Okay. I love your look, though. It's like you're switching it up this week.
You too. I like the cornrows and everything. Okay, girl.
Okay, so let's get into the conversation of this episode. Fireboy is to release new album this month. The album will be a follow-up to his debut and best-selling album, Laughter, Tears, and Goosebumps. So it's interesting to know that he's about to drop another one in about a year. I mean, that's like, when did we have LTG? That was late last year, right? And okay, can he keep up this momentum?
The best are good so far. I like.
You know, I asked myself that same question. Sorry.
No, go on.
Like, can he keep up with it? But realizing that it's Olamide's artist, and right now Olamide's protege, like Olamide is actually keeping him in his cocoon, like you can't.
And I think
escape
Olamide is also working on
and
his
Olamide
album
is
as well.
11th body of work, and every track has been a hit back to back. You understand? Like you can't take that away. So I think Olamide will give him that same ginger, that same zeal, you know. And we don't see Olamide being unnecessarily extravagant or frivolous. We don't see all those things from him. So it looks like the kind of guy that came from the ghetto, understands that he came from the ghetto and doesn't plan to go back to the ghetto. Do you understand? So I think
Olamide, you have a mouthpiece on this table. Keep them, but it's Fireboy that is.
Yeah, so I think he's gonna keep Fireboy in check. And Fireboy seems like that kind of guy too that knows exactly what he's
ready
doing.
to be kept in check. Right?
Yeah, it seems that way. Even his music sounds that way. You
But I
get.
feel like his music on this album is giving me a very different vibe from from the first one.
Yeah.
I mean, we're doing with Ellie.
With this LTG, I think he has given himself a standard that he has to beat. I'm just hoping that this does it for me the way LTG did, because LTG is an album that I don't skip. Once I start streaming it, I'm finishing it. Like, and there are a couple of songs on that same album that I want to listen to over and over again.
I'm not sure that's
so I don't know if
happening
he
with
can
the
do
next
with this one.
one.
I'm hoping he can.
It's the same way I feel about Rema. I feel like when Rema came, he was doing something that nobody else was doing. Like his sound was really unique, but the last few, Ginger and this one, it's sounding more commercial, like everybody else can do it.
I thought so too, but until I listened to Alien, and you know, after I did Woman was like the only commercial one. Then he still dropped like 2 other tracks.
You don't think Ginger was...
That was okay, Ginger
and mad commercial.
And Woman is like Lady, so it's still a Rema vibe.
Lady.
Yeah, so Woman is like Lady, so it's like a follow-up, it's like a sequel to
I don't know, I just feel like these people sometimes go very commercial when they've done 1 or 2 like EPs or albums or whatever.
But at least what I'm getting from this conversation is that we are looking forward to this album.
Oh, we are.
And secondly is that he's giving us a standard that he has to beat as well. Yeah. So kudos to him and good luck to him.
A few years down the line, we'll
no, let's focus on this August. It's August 20,
we'll
right?
Not be like,
so,
where is Fireboy?
I don't think that will happen.
I don't think that will happen so soon, but fingers crossed.
Fingers crossed. Man.
Okay, moving on to the next story up for conversation. Petition to remove Kylie Jenner from Cardi B's WAP video receives more than 59,000 signatures.
It's been counting more than that. We're in like 60 something now.
You said we are in it. It's like you're part of the movement.
I get the idea behind it.
What's the idea?
What's the idea?
Well, because Normani and the other black people that were in the video were doing a lot. I don't know if you've seen the compilation thread. So you see that Normani, for example, was really splitting and going on the floor, and everybody else was like
Kylie
really.
Splitting,
and then so they said it's a visual representation of the fact that black women have to overcompensate, and then the white person just has to exist for existing sake, and not do much. That's the
life is not that serious.
That's the story behind it, behind some of the people who are signing it, and other people just don't like Kardashian and period. But I don't know.
This
for
life
me,
is not that deep.
Thank you. That's it. But
deep.
for me, I think change.org, that's the platform they're using to sign this thing, right? I think maybe they need to start screening what we are signing.
Exactly.
Like, it's getting really ridiculous, fam. Like, I mean, I'm not saying they don't have the right to feel the way they feel or feel like black women are overcompensating, but from what I saw from that video, I think she was actually trying to, sometimes you don't see their struggle, but she was also trying to overcompensate, in my own opinion, by showing too much and trying to show that this is the reason why people can accept me. You know, so I don't know. It depends on the angle you're looking at it from.
I feel like we need to have some. I think we need to have some Kylie Jenners in life.
So you want her to? I mean, there has to be balance. Everybody cannot begin to overshape.
Honestly speaking, this conversation, for me or personally, is for the black Americans who live in America, who experience colorism the way they experience it. I can never watch it and feel. I don't view life based on that type of perspective where everything is like, oh, a white person is doing this, oh, a black person is doing this. I notice a lot of the times black people, black Americans and Africans differ on that notion even when we're abroad, because for a lot of Africans, because we have been raised in a society that has told us that we are, especially if you're Nigerian, where they've told you, see, as long as you're Nigerian, you're the it. So like we don't really have that perspective on life of like, oh, this person is doing more than me because she's white.
We're not really inferior to a certain degree.
Yes. Yeah. So I think that for me, it is very hard to sit here and act like, first of all, I don't want to dismiss anybody's realities, because at the end of the day, you are a product of your reality. So I don't want to dismiss what the black people are going through, black Americans. And I'm not going to pretend like as if there isn't actually colorism that exists, because even for a dark-skinned girl in Nigeria, it's just a very different type of context. So
so you're saying we should just understand them from their own context.
I'm saying that I don't understand, but I can see why they would have that type of perspective.
So do you think Cardi B is going to do anything about this?
Of course not.
Okay.
In as much as I understand what you just said now, talking about being Nigerians, we don't have that inferiority complex. We feel like we're even, if there's anything like Nigerian supremacists,
I swear,
we are that.
We do.
Yeah, we do.
You get me? Like we feel like we're all of that. Like you can't even take it away. If I walk into a room filled with other,
if anything, we actually think of white people as less. I know how many people sometimes almost mock the idea
the
of
woke ones. Let's be straight on that. The woke ones are the ones that
let's
look
not
like
get
as
this
that.
conversation to the point where
can we
there
even
will be
talk
a
about this
petition
song?
on our
Can we even talk about the song for a minute?
What
Did
do
you
think
like the
about
song? It was so gross. I beg. That's
I think
where
I think it served the purpose it needed to serve,
which is
for the grossness, and they saying I'm all that, like your body's banging, whatever it is. I mean, I think it served the purpose for them, but is that my kind of song?
Yeah.
Nah, but the video, based on the song and the purpose of the song, it banged. Like they
Right.
put in the work, they did the creativity, the dance step and everything. But it's not my kind of song. I don't think you will catch me dancing to that. So yeah.
Yeah.
In the club, maybe.
Maybe in the club.
It doesn't even sound that. It doesn't sound very smooth in the air. Okay, so I know there's a rivalry between Nicki Minaj and Cardi B, and I don't know if it's a very petty thing as a Nicki fan, but I was kind of glad.
A very petty
A
thing.
very petty thing. But I was kind
As
of
a
glad
Nicki
that
fan.
it didn't bang as
Nice
much
porn.
as what's it called, Nicki Minaj and Megan Thee Stallion, because obviously it'd be a comparison between all the people that she's on.
No, of course it didn't bang like that.
Oh, it didn't bang like that. I was kind of happy.
I'm a
about
Nicki fan as well, so let me not. I'm a.
But basically, I just think that the world needs a lot of Kylie of this world. Can we have a balance? In as much as we don't want to see the what's it called now? The supremacy of black people or the inferiority of black people. Can we have a balance? Can we have something to always remind us that these things are there? So that when we are reminded of those things that are there, we can
I
do
don't agree,
better.
but let's just move on.
Yeah.
There needs to be a balance as far as I'm concerned. Let everybody be represented, simple and short. But
Thank
time
you.
we'll be right back after this very short break.
It is engagement we need to have.
Those who suffer miscarriages are never taken into account.
Members of the National Assembly are also influence peddlers.
You are sitting on Nigerians' money.
From the barbing, I pay my rent. On the barbing, I send my children to school.
A consultative engagement.
No any tangible notification before they ban us.
It's one thing for people to be at your back and the heat of the moment, and another thing for them to still be with you when push comes to shove.
I will do everything to take Lagos out of the national grid.
Welcome back. This is still Tea Time on Plus TV Africa. Nollywood is now a den of Yahoo boys and prostitutes, and this is coming from veteran Nollywood actor Yemi Sholade. He said, and I quote, because it would be better to read it as he said it: "The Nollywood is not there right now. The Nollywood you see now is all-encompassing. It's like an uncompleted building that is not guarded, and what you meet there would amaze you. It has become an all-commerce affair. Anybody can stroll in and act. All the Yahoo boys are now there. All the prostitutes that you can imagine are there. People cannot even differentiate between the core professionals and this class of clowns who have infiltrated the association, but they didn't just fly in. Some people whom you refer to as core professionals brought them in. It's just so porous that anybody can become an actor. The entry point is so porous and annoying. It is a profession and it must be handled and treated as one. I'm not really pleased with the state of the industry. It's a professional body and we must portray ourselves as one that has mastered the arts and the craft of profession." End of quote. While I was reading this, I was reading it in his voice because I kind of know how he talks.
Yeah.
I think
I disagree with the part where he said that you cannot differentiate. I think even us viewers, we know an influencer and an actor. We know when somebody has privilege and is just there because of her bomb or because of,
They
you know,
have
she's
followers
really,
and
yeah, or
everything.
she's really pretty or the person's really handsome. You can tell when somebody's acting really bad. But for the most part, the conversation that he's bringing up is really important. At first, I was a bit like, should we really restrict creativity?
I think we've had that conversation in
We
this table
have
as well.
And I was thinking, should we restrict creativity, because the way this country is, it's hard to put professionalism into a lot of things. There's a lot of people who work in banks and they didn't really study banking in school. So, but then at the end of the day, the way he ended the conversation to then say that people that do get on screen should have at least mastered the craft, I feel like that's what I took away from it. So no matter what you study, because we're in a context where that doesn't really matter, I'm sure people are in fields where they didn't actually study. No matter what you studied and the context in which the country is and blah, 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 the fact that you do then get a role in whatever career that is, I think that the level of seriousness should be shouldn't differ based on industry, should still be put into it. So if you're going to actually get the opportunity, whether because you went to Big Brother Nigeria or it's because you have a nice butt, you should still be able to like harness the craft and give your all to that role. That's what I took from it.
Couldn't have said it better, but just to put some icing on the cake, right? I think it's not okay to generalize it as well, saying it's Yahoo, because it's more like what's it called now, profiling. The moment you see a person who does most of his things on the internet and all of that, you just begin to assume.
So you're telling me if I don't know it benefits boy?
No, I understand. No,
what's benefit boy? There's benefit boy, because I've been trying to understand that trend.
Why do you act so old? What's benefit boys that are Yahoo boys?
It's new.
It's not new. It's not an old thing. It's a new slang.
But
I'm trying to, because the jokes
I only found out benefit boys this weekend when I went.
The jokes I've been seeing were related to
you just started like last week. No, you just started like last week. No, that's one like.
So which one is old?
That's our vibe now. Like we should know these things.
Which things? Because we sleep on the internet.
If I make your points.
So back to what I was saying. I don't think it's okay to generalize it, in as much as I agree with 90%, in fact 95% of what he said, considering the fact that even when abroad, when you see people that are to be brought into movies, like when Mike Tyson was supposed to act in Hangover, he rehearsed for months. Do you understand?
That doesn't happen here.
Yeah, that doesn't happen.
Do the professionals rehearse for months?
Just to fit into that role and make sure that things are perfect. But you see somebody trying to play a boxer and that person actually trains, becomes buff for that role and stuff. We don't see all those things happening here.
Sometimes.
Or sometimes they wear buff too. But anyway, I mean, Hollywood is a vibe.
And to be honest with you, they set that standard themselves. Because you people who claim to be actors, I don't want to just shade anybody.
Which is why I like where he said that it's also the professionals that have made it this way. So
no, he's even talking about them bringing them in. But I'm even saying that they're bringing them in because they identify with each other. They themselves have not put much effort into acting. That there's nothing wrong with them bringing somebody else who's come and do the same mediocre that you did. If you were working your behind off thoroughly in making sure that you gave the best, you won't just bring anybody in, because you know that the standard would reduce. But they go on their movies. Even this person that's talking, I've seen some terrible acting performances from him,
but also we have to give it up to the new age, which is the internet age, where you don't have any excuse not to learn any craft anymore. It's different for me to have a certificate of something, and it's different for me to actually know it. So if by watching YouTube alone, I'm able to learn, I'm able to get thumbs up from different professionals that you're doing well, and you know within yourself that you're doing it the right way, I think it's a different thing. So saying that I need to bring a certificate, I think it just has to do with the industry. So when you're talking about professionalism in your industry, then I think you start thinking about how to educate people in that same industry.
No, I like how Ifeoma put it in the beginning, actually, because he kind of watered it down a bit in a diplomatic way and not sounding rude. But like you said, I'm not comfortable with the idea of labeling them Yahoo boys or prostitutes. Like, why exactly do you think they're Yahoo boys? Do you have proof for this? Or is it because you don't understand their source of income? For the longest time, I know some people always tell me, Elsie, what exactly did you do on the system of the time? Are you a Yahoo girl? But there are lots of things that you do on the system that is not necessarily illegal, you know. So I think if you want to bring these people in, especially being a veteran in the industry, you also have to learn how to maybe be a veteran in the sense of being a father and understanding some things, and not just staying in your archaic mentality and thinking that everybody that is not in your set or haven't gone to a theater school cannot accomplish anything. Because like you said, a skill can be picked up once you have the willpower to do it, and which is what Ifeoma is saying in sense that if you have gotten that opportunity to say you're getting roles and it's becoming like a source of income, maybe you should spend a lot more time. If it's going to a film academy, if it's just actually looking at videos online or training yourself, it will go a long way. I mean, I saw a course that this this lady we've had on the show over and over again, Bimbo Akintola, is having, and that's someone that was trained in the University of Ibadan to actually be a theater art person. So she knows what she's doing. Look out for people like that and get the tips from them, because you cannot say because I'm actually getting the road and I'll keep winging it. Then it means that you are not there for the long haul. Even you as yourself will be winged out at some point, because there will be somebody with more followers. This is Big Brother Nigeria. Another set of influencers and big names will come. They will push you out if you're not bringing in something unique to the table. So I think they can have they can actually have conversations and do better.
Of course. And I think also to blow out the conversation out of proportion to say that it's just the entertainment acting industry is a bit naive. Like, just check around you. You see, it's not it's not even just the entertainment. Like, there's people who didn't study banking and their uncle is in the management, whatever, and they'll learn on the job.
Bankers do to you, because we've been talking about
I know somebody who is actually in that situation. Or should we talk about the oil industry? Like, most of the people who get into the oil industry here,
just trying to get into
they're all connections. Like, you find people who studied maybe media and then they come back home and then their uncle has somebody in Chevron and they get a job and they're doing.
They can be the media
communications
experts for Chevron. Like, see, the space for everybody.
Marketing
you see,
experts.
Quickly before we go, Kiss Daniel is talking about the reason why he likes keeping his relationship private, and he's saying that this decision he made before he even became famous.
What do you think?
I think it's a decision I have made as well before I became famous, and I think it's a healthy decision because I love PDA, but it has to be minimal. It has to be done with some level of decorum. I mean, you don't get into relationships thinking that it will fail, but life happens. So I would like to keep that room for myself and maybe my partner to be able to tread this treacherous world without having to be torn apart because a relationship did not work. But is it terrible for those who are doing it? I mean, it's not. Just be ready. Just know the pros and cons of your decisions, basically.
I think so too. I think your mindset towards it is very different. I've known people who cannot eat breakfast without putting it on social media, and then there's people on the other spectrum that you wouldn't know anything about. I feel like I'm the one that would decide how I want to put my life out there, and as I'm doing that, anyone has to have that responsibility of knowing what that means. If you're going to be private, know what that means. If you're going to also be open, you know what that means. I think that both of them have consequences, because even people that don't bring out their relationship obviously think a lot like the line that you just explained, where there's privacy and you don't want that type of exaggerated attention. But what happens when it now comes into the timeline? The blow is bigger because you haven't actually even seen that person before this, so there's a lot more chances you could be dragged. But same thing goes to that other person who's putting in their daily life. So at the end of the day, just live your life. The one that suits you, just do.
To me, privacy is supposed to be gotten when...
Why are you smiling at all that previous? Are you dating plenty girls?
No, I just feel like when there's assurance, then privacy is no longer a thing.
There's assurance, privacy. Okay. I think this is how we wrap up, because the first is not in the mood for this one. Thank you for watching, and join the conversation on social media with the hashtag on Twitter @+TV Africa. You can also send your opinions via WhatsApp to 09060005719, and also watch the time on RCTV and in London on Ben Television. My thank you as always go to my interesting co-anchors, Ife Omai and Ife Oluwa Oshunkeye, and the entire production team. Thank you for watching Port TV Africa's Tea Time. My name is Elsie Godwin. Do stay safe.
Sometimes when we see celebrities either on social media, television, or in person, we assume they have it all together, but we forget that they're also human. Well, here are some of the low points of some of your favorite celebrities.
Where would I start from? Because I started acting very young. I started 1997. And what would I say was my downtime? Well, maybe when I started Palace, I couldn't tell my mom that I was acting. But when they would show me on screen, the teasers, I was there. And my mom asked one day that, Foluke, is that what I said? No, it's not me. So I had to go and meet my mentors to come and help me beg her to act. She first refused vehemently that she wasn't going to allow me to act, blah, 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 blah. And I had to beg. I was crying for days. So eventually, she now called me and said, okay, that she will accept on one condition, that I will make sure that I go to school very well. I'm still fulfilling that promise till now because I promised her PhD. And that I'll make sure that I have a home and I'll be a role model worthy of emulation.
Well, my journey into Nollywood has been an amazing experience, actually. I didn't just start off and became who I am right now. I actually started from somewhere. I can remember when I was still in school, UJ, I would jump from one bus to another, going for auditions, and sometimes when I get to the audition ground, I fail the audition. I actually worked with a director who said I failed this audition like twice or 3 times. And eventually I played a lead character, on that project. And it's actually very inspiring. And I also want to talk to everybody out there. Sometimes I believe young people just want to be stars and they don't want to work hard. And I feel it's not right. I feel you must, if you want to showcase your talent, you have to do it right. Focus on the important things, which is go for auditions, be nice to people, be humble, because once you're humble, you find purpose. Yeah.
One of my downtime moments would be probably when while acting, I had a terrible car accident that nearly took my life. My legs were broken, my face got burnt, my hands, legs, and everything got burnt. That was quite a challenging time in my life when that happened. So that's because it was life-threatening, life-changing. You felt like your whole life was coming to a stop. The things that your face is your business. You can imagine your face being burnt at that time and you're feeling that your career was over or your life was over. So that was a quite downtime. But God was merciful throughout those period. He gave me like a very strong, resilient spirit to pull through. But it was a difficult time because I had like series of operation. Like when you do the first operation, you think, okay, you're fine, and then you do the second one and you get heartbroken and they have to start all over again. So it was quite a challenging time for me, but I drew the strength from the fact that God kept me alive. So I felt maybe He kept me alive for a reason. And He just gave me a new lease of life to do and see things differently. And that's it.
Personal life and life issues sometimes, and family and relationships and things that they have to like settle as well before being in the state of mind to record and create good music. Sometimes you might just be in a creative block or any of that stuff, and you need time to chill out, because when you force it in that period of having like a creative block, then you lose it. You lose the plot there. And for us, like at some point in our lives, we're kind of like really down. To be honest, I won't even lie to you. Like that was like about 2 years ago, or like a year ago, something like that. It was crazy in the sense that there was a lot of pressure like from us, and we as of the time did not know how to handle the pressure coming from the industry, coming from the fans. The next P Square, we're waiting for you guys to take over from P Square. We're waiting for you guys to drop new songs and all that stuff. And
And welcome to What Are You Saying #Ways, where we talk about topics in the news as it affects us all. I am Uti Elu, and I am joined by my amazing, awesome co-anchors, Nasa and Lami. Hello, ladies.
Hello, Uti. Looking bright and orange.
Thank you. It's great to be finally back. I can't believe it's been 4 months
in the studio.
I know, right? Hey. It is possible for me to leave my house. It actually is.
So what happened? What did Uwa do to get you out?
Well, no. So I mean, the reality of it was I didn't have childcare for like 3 months. That was interesting. My son and I bonded really well.
Wow.
But yeah, housework can be mind-numbing.
Hey!
3 months of me doing everything: homeschooling, cooking,
That's
cleaning,
my reality every day of my life.
home.
I've never had childcare.
Yeah,
Why?
powerful woman.
No, you did. That's my reality.
Right? Why? Do you choose
What's
to?
the reason? I'm not just lucky with them. Okay, I think the beginning I thought I didn't need one.
Because you're
Then
superwoman.
yeah, but trust me, there's nothing like a superwoman.
Of course
It
not.
does
It
then I
wear you
started
down.
looking for
Yeah.
in March because I didn't get the What, one this I wanted. year? Yes. Bad Unfortunately, timing. thank you. Was that week the numbers kept increasing, and funny enough, I thought COVID was going to go in like a month. Honestly, I never knew it was going to extend to this time. So now I didn't even have. I cannot even get one now. So I'm looking Funny at that you say that. I just got another. How did you have the? I didn't have a choice. The courage. Because it was either that or I lose my mind, and I had to. And No, that's my reality every day with my 3-year-old.
I had one tested and she tested positive, and that just freaked me out. So I just left the process.
No, when Uwa told me that completely just like I'm not even. I know going to someone bother. who tested about 4 people and they kept testing positive. But she Wait, still are you got sure they one eventually. were just testing No. positive for malaria or something? No, it wasn't malaria, COVID.
I mean,
Proper
COVID is
test.
real.
It's
I
real.
mean, it really is.
Which is why we're wondering why the churches are reopening, but that's,
We'll
much
come to
later.
that. Exactly. But it's great to be back on. I'm very excited.
Everyone.
So here's what we found as today's quote. Reading is to the mind what exercise is to the body. And that's by Joseph Addison. So what do we think? Do we agree?
Absolutely.
Exercise the brain. So,
Oh my goodness.
So teaching and training your brain, right?
You know Oh what? my So I goodness. say, when you say reading, right? And this is me playing the devil's advocate. So must it be reading? Could it be another way? Isn't it? Shouldn't we say learning, right? Because you make it seem like that's the only the whole objective of reading is to learn. Is to yeah. What else is it? Acquire
So,
knowledge.
so
Acquire
the
knowledge.
options,
So how else
the
can I acquire
options
knowledge?
have broadened, but I think that reading still has a unique place in that. So people, a lot of times I hear people say, "Oh, I don't read books." So
what
that
do they do?
that for me,
I
they
listen-
watch
I could listen to the
movies,
book.
or no. So people that say they don't read books generally
Right.
are not into books in general.
Oh,
So
right,
whether it's
okay.
audio books or whatever, they
Right.
just don't read. So
They just rather-
I'd rather watch the movie, or I'd rather just there's so many things. But I mean, I sort of agree with you in the sense that knowledge gathering has changed.
Yeah.
It all doesn't come from the pages of a book now, but I'm a little old school. So I only
I don't think you're old school. I'm a great
no, it's
sucker.
Okay. You're old school. It's okay.
For reading. No, I don't think I can sleep without reading. It takes me to another level. Do you understand? It's my escape.
For me, reading is my escape. That's what.
Yes, it's my escape. I can't.
We're reading that we just.
And the knowledge you acquire, even if it's fiction, non-fiction, you always.
No, I do.
There's always something for you to acquire.
But so not everyone feels that way about it,
no.
and that's okay.
And my first daughter, oh my goodness,
she loves reading.
I wish I could say and the amount of knowledge she's gathered from that.
So that's where this is the thing with my first daughter. Like, she's so precocious, right? But Muna doesn't have that time to just sit down and read. She's very restless, but she is so knowledgeable, and it's all from all the cartoons she's watching. So I'm almost like, okay, so it's not necessarily about reading. It's just about your own learning techniques. Like,
there are different ways.
How do you learn and acquire knowledge and what works best?
I agree with you, Nasa, but I still feel reading.
So today we are talking about books and reviving our reading culture. We have an amazing guest with us to discuss this. But first, let's take a quick break, and when we return, we'll see what we found in the news.
First of all, I think every Nigerian should know that nobody owes you anything.
Well, I've delivered my advocacy in a language I hope we understand.
Ni hao.
So let's forget the charade that is decency. Nigeria is culturally bankrupt.
He brought up Big Brother. They're telling them that if you want to be famous, if you want to be noticed overnight, you want to be a star, this is your ladder in a country where there is no hope for you otherwise.
Let me take it up from there. We are a country where we punish good behavior and reward bad behavior.
If we all, the way we troop out to Canaan land, and we all troop out like that and say, we'll just sit down here on the express and won't go anywhere until government takes a decision.
It's easier said than done in the sense that clearly, otherwise we would have done it. Because going out and protesting without a goal is a pointless protest.
That approach is not working.
You have not protested.
No, hold on. No, hold on.
You're still watching Ways. August 9th is Book Lovers Day. Book Lovers Day, also commonly known as National Book Lovers Day, is celebrated on August 9th every year. This day is an unofficial holiday that is observed in order to encourage people to inculcate the habit of literature and reading. On this day specifically, people around the globe are advised to put their smartphones and every possible technological distraction away and pick up a book to read. In order to truly celebrate Book Lovers Day, one must only find a book and read it. You can pick a book of any genre you like, and what genre one reads is not why this day is celebrated, but the fact that one reads is what makes the Book Lovers Day so important. What do you think?
So just pick up a book. It doesn't matter what genre.
Any book. Just read.
Just read.
So for me, I read any book. I read anything. As early as 7, I was reading Tell magazine.
I remember that.
So I got introduced to politics early in life, and I really like that.
We can see what shaped Lami the lawyer.
We can see, honestly.
I really
But you know that Tell was actually interesting to read. I used to love reading Tell.
Oh,
my sister was exactly like you.
She
used to love reading it. It just used to have so many conspiracy theories.
I remember reading him.
And that was in the era of the military.
Exactly.
So there was something to read.
There was something to read. There was something to read. What's your favorite genre?
Fiction.
Same for me.
Yeah.
Really? So I like autobiographies, funny enough.
My goodness, yes I do.
I really enjoy them. I loved like Obama's autobiographies, Condoleezza Rice at one point. But you liked Michelle Obama's one.
Did you like it?
Why are you asking me until I haven't read it? I've only watched I only watched that documentary.
She told me it was a good book. I read it because of her.
No, I read it immediately. I just couldn't. I was shaking when I bought it.
I'm sorry, I've outed you.
No. So I watched the documentary, but I haven't read it. I have the book in my house, and I keep looking at like one day. I'll pick this book up and read it.
I read it
so
in 2 days.
I'm probably waiting for the audio. No,
She's a mom. She has no time. That's where I struggle really, is finding the time.
So you know what? If I got the audio, because I find that reading for me through audio has like that's obviously helped my reading habits, and it's easier. So just listening and listening.
I've only started doing that this year, but I still
know you struggle.
I tune out.
So
I'm never going to try that.
Why? Try. Well, you see, this is the thing about learning. You guys have to be.
It's my me time.
Okay.
So I pick up the book at night. I look forward to that, and I read.
Yeah. Okay, so here's what's caught our attention in the news. Lami, what do you have for us?
Okay. Yesterday, the sad news of the passing of Senator Buruji Kashamu, who was an ex-senator in the 8th Assembly, and was the immediate past one of governorship aspirants in Ogun State. Anyway, the bone of contention is that the ex-president, President Obasanjo,
his wonderful love
sent a condolence letter to the governor of
Ogun State.
The story is
somehow. Well, he sent a condolence letter to the governor of Ogun State and made some remarks there. Some people found them not palatable. Well, knowing Obasanjo, I didn't put it past him.
Always controversial.
Yeah, he's known for making such remarks, and you know. So what Fayose was saying is he couldn't have had the guts to say it when Buruji Kashamu was alive.
You know, I said that to you as well.
And I said, I don't think so. Obasanjo would have said it to anyone.
But
but my issue is, why is it that people can't express how they feel about people who pass away?
No, so
what's the culture?
Thing is, what's the point? So really,
he's dead now.
He's passed. You bringing that up serves no purpose.
Exactly.
It's just for me. It was
no. What he's saying is we should take a lesson out of his life.
Why didn't he?
That if he maneuvered the law, if he maneuvered justice.
I mean, all I'm going to say to that is people in glass houses shouldn't throw stones.
Well, I don't know. but for me, I'm not going to impede him from his thoughts. So
I personally feel
I just thought it wasn't necessary. I think that but you know what, we were talking about this earlier, and I said, if he had mentioned that before the man's passing,
could have just kept quiet.
It's fine, but when he's passed on, why are you not?
No, but I told you that they've been at each other's throats during his lifetime.
So then I'm like, okay, it's fair. Maybe he fought this fight till his death.
Okay, so I guess I'll take my story next. Yeah. So it was interesting when I saw this that CBN is asking that banks share their data with fintechs, and their reasoning behind this is that it will allow these fintechs to
thrive,
to offer more services, to serve more customers. Now this is interesting. They say it would help them to bank more customers. You are rebanking the bank customers.
Is exactly what I'm saying.
Because if you tell me that you are, I mean, for me, even what stood out to me in that story was, what are the challenges with data? We've NDPR regulations that are still being put into place.
Yeah, that was
what are the implications there?
Yeah,
but
previously.
I mean, CBN, yes, I understand trying to leverage data, blockchain, AI, and all of that, but you having them, unless they have a bigger plan that they haven't shared, this is a very succinct story, but to me when I read it, I just thought,
I didn't see the value. I couldn't understand.
I didn't understand it.
My first question is, are we rebanking the banks? And that's not really our problem, right? We still have a lot of unbanked people. The informal sector in Nigeria is huge. There's so much to be done there, and we're not focusing on those things. And then you're trying to bank the.
So maybe this is their way of supporting fintechs, but
the devil's
they need to help them to acquire their own customers.
Let me play the devil's advocate. For some people, even when they are banked, they are not actually using the banking
services. That's what I'm saying. So you see,
probably what they're looking at is some people cannot access the services the traditional
offer, and they will.
So
the question you should ask is, what is the fintech going to offer me that would now make me?
There's no small and more tailored services.
Not necessarily. I don't agree.
Yeah, some. Do you understand? For me, my problem is, why are you compelling them to share data? Data is money. Why can't they gather their own data?
I mean, that's
the issue that you also raised is data privacy.
Protection.
Data protection. That was aside from that angle. Why do you have to share my
There's a cost to acquiring that data. Now I just hand it over to you.
That's why I said it's money.
Yeah.
Data is money.
True.
Yeah.
True.
So I really do. Why are you compelling
So
that?
there's something somewhere missing. We're still not getting the full picture.
Right. So what do you have for us, Nasa?
Okay, my story is from the Vanguard newspaper, and it's around churches reopening in Lagos today. So the headline was a bit unclear. It says masked 60-year-old worshippers, controversy as Lagos churches reopen today. So it was, okay, so were there masked 60-year-old worshippers in church, or was it don't let masked 60-year-olds? Anyways, but the point is that, you know, a couple of pastors, pastor whom you know very well.
My pastor.
Okay, yes, I didn't know we're allowed to say that. Has come, and another pastor, Tunde Bakare, he's come out to basically say that what the government and other religious leaders are doing isn't right, because it's still a bit premature to ask people to go to church. And I totally agree. I don't even understand what's going on in Nigeria right now. I'm wondering if COVID is still in my mind or if it's real, because, you know, if the government is giving directives for churches to reopen, it's almost like life is going back to normal. Church is as normal as it can get. And you hear people saying stuff like, oh, I've missed church, we've been out of church for 140 days, you know, and I'm thinking, so is this about God or just gathering somewhere?
It's the act of gathering.
It really isn't. So, but you know what? It's putting us more, and Nigerians, you know, so they're saying their guidelines and everything, and someone, you know, Bishop Igele says guidelines on age and merely advisory. In truth, it is merely advisory. Are people actually going to? You're not enforcing it, and people, Nigerians are not that
because
disciplined.
of time. What I think is probably we're just following what they're doing in other countries, because churches have opened in the UK. They've opened.
No, I think we're actually reacting to pressure
from some quarters,
from people, because I think the government is also trying to balance safety and security of life, as well as continuing to move the economy and people's lives forward. So,
and the church, what does the church do for the economy?
So I mean, in our environment here, the church is
a business.
Key to that.
Don't
make me say things that I'm not trying to say, Nasa. But the truth of it is, the government has to balance. They have to try and keep everybody terrible.
Can I speak?
Yes, please.
The truth is, life has to continue.
I agree.
I don't disagree with that.
How long are we going to suspend our lives?
But the thing is, so here's the thing. We took the story the other day about a church saying we're not going to reopen. Every church has to put the safety and security of its parishioners.
Then they're not compelling them to open. They're just saying you can open.
So that's
it's advisory anyway.
That the churches now should take that responsibility. Yeah. So you need to be communicating to your 60-year-old members, hey, you can't come to church. And make sure that when they do come to church, that they are not allowed. Because look, the reality of this is, do you want to put people at risk? Even, I mean, let's not take it too biblical, but even the law of God says you have to obey the law of the land.
Yeah, so
what's your point?
No, so I hear you. So I thought about that, like, okay, no, you have to obey, give on Caesar what belongs to Caesar, right? But my question is, what's driving what Caesar is asking us to do? Right?
Okay, now, so maybe I don't understand your point.
My point is the responsibility for the churches. So the government has said, just like with everything else, the economy is opening up. I agree with you. We can't stay locked up forever. But the fact that I say to you, you can open, is not a license for you to just throw your doors open and say, so exactly. So when I see this story that 60-year-old mass parishioners, the government was pretty clear in that the elderly were to stay away. So you as a church, you don't get to then come and say, we're taking a decision that they can wear masks.
Why are we talking like this?
You're putting them at risk.
Why are we talking like this? Why Nigeria?
Well, they've given them the guidelines. Then it's not, they are free.
You guys, you remember when the lockdown was lifted? Did you see what happened on day one?
Yeah.
So what were we talking about?
To ease out.
It's what we out. Corona.
Okay, ladies. So let's move on. So stay with us as Shakwe Martins joins us after the break.
Plus TV Africa is a news television station that prides itself in presenting to our audience the unbundling of big stories that impact the lives of Africans at home within the continent and those in diaspora.
I'm on the field and ready for you.
Okay. Vibration and a sudden explosion.
You have to think big, but you have to start small.
I want to encourage you to wear a mask wherever you go.
We use some of the best technology to create the kind of content that millennials love to watch. We unbundle the kind of stories that impact their lives and they are happy to learn from. This is where big stories live.
3, 2, 1. Thank you for joining us in Plus TV Africa News.
You're still watching Ways. Books have always been an integral part of our civilization and mankind's development. In earlier times, vellum or parchment was bound tightly with wooden cover and in order to use them to make books. Today, due to the upsurge in electronic devices that can be used to read news articles and stories, the traditional method of book reading is decreasing with time. Computers, tablets, and most cell phones now provide the availability to read, and ebooks and tablets are fast becoming an alternative to hardcover books. Shakwe Martins is the best-selling author of the children's book, The Greatest Animal in the Jungle. When she's not creating magical worlds with her stories, you can find her out and about in the city of Lagos, where she has built a fantastic career in broadcasting. One day, if Shakwe has her wish granted, you just might find her in a book. Remember, you can join the conversation. Tweet to us at Plus TV Africa or Ways Show Africa 1 with the hashtag Ways or SMS 0818-0384-663. Thank you so much for joining us, Shakwe. It's lovely to see you.
Good evening, ladies. Great to be on the show.
I know. So, books. Every time I think books, if I think back to when we met, I remember Smith FM and the book review. So you've always been in my mind as the literature girl, and then you wrote a book. So I would like to know, when we're talking about the reading culture, where did yours start?
Oh my goodness. Mine started as, I'm guessing a lot of people's stories start with my parents, specifically with my mother, because my mother herself as a child was an avid reader, and it was something that she sought to foster in her children. So she was the person who had all the patience to take me to the libraries and buy me books and sit down every time I ran up to her with a question. Oh, mommy, what's this word? She would look it up. Exactly. Well, first, before she got tired and told me to look it up, she would try and explain the word to me. Then she just gifted me a dictionary one day and said, well, here you go.
Priceless. A dictionary.
Teach a man to fish.
Exactly. And I guess that's what, for me, when I think about reading, I think how it helps with vocabulary and just you being able to have a wide, broad array of words. But I have some audiobook lovers in the house, so take it away, Nasa.
I'm sorry, you mentioned your mom taking you to the library. Nigeria or abroad?
No.
I want to say that. Because it's part of the issues that we have.
You just have to put Nigeria.
No, because this is part of the issues that we have, that reading culture in Nigeria is totally diminished. It's part of the fact that we don't have public libraries. So I was wondering that where did she...
But you know what? Growing up, I remember coming to Nigeria and I remember going to libraries in Nigeria.
So you said that's changed.
We did have that. But now
it's hard to find a
library. Few private libraries.
Public libraries.
It's so hard. Like I'm trying to study and I'm trying to
public libraries.
No, private. No,
I'm talking of public libraries.
No, we don't.
Public, private. Where is the private? Even the private one. Where's the private one?
Even a proper bookshop.
Whereabouts?
Because in
the only one I know.
Yaba.
Really?
There's a library in Lekki, because I remember
they
contacted me. Yes.
With
the reading
there was a reading space in Lekki. I don't know if there's still open.
The reading one I know is the Terra Culture one. And
no. There's one in Lekki.
Oh, really?
Okay. And that serves how many people? One library to how many people?
They do exist.
Almost non-existent.
So it's interesting that we talk about libraries, because I was going to come to that. But let's go back to what Uti mentioned, audiobooks. So this year I discovered audiobooks. So I never thought that audiobooks was a thing. I didn't even think that, it would be as effective as actually reading. And when someone introduced me to it, it's like, wow, I can read 100 books in a year. Where, the year before I could only read probably one book and I would get... So my attention span is like very short and I'm very impatient. So I'm not the kind of person that would go through a whole book and I used to do that when I was younger. So I don't know what happened to me. So if is this Yes, maybe life living in Nigeria.
The socio-economic problems. No time to read.
It's too hard.
I found that my reading culture stemmed a lot, particularly in the UK. You're riding on the tube, you're riding on the bus, you just read book after book after book. But in Nigeria,
you come out at the train station, you see W.H. Smith, and you walk right into it. So do you understand? The atmosphere is appealing.
Absolutely.
So you're saying you keep going. Nigeria is the problem, basically.
Yes, it is a problem.
But I don't think so, because I think that books have always been available in Nigeria. Books have always been affordable in Nigeria because we have a huge second-hand book market, and I think that
affordable to who though?
I think
that in general it's
relative.
It's subjective.
Yes.
That is subjective. I'll accept that.
That's part of the problem.
I have to say, although books are available and somewhat accessible, life is not here.
Yeah, that's true.
And let's localize it to Lagos. Is not conducive to reading.
To reading, that's my point.
I'm the biggest advocate of reading because I think that reading, especially from an early age, fosters empathy. It teaches people how to expand their minds, their horizons,
their imagination.
Why empathy though? How?
When you're reading and you're reading another person's problem and how they are solving it and what they think, you are given direct access to the way and to another kind of thinking. So you are forced, in a sense, to realize that yours is not, because human beings, we approach the world from a self-centered perspective. It is the way we are. But with reading, you get to see that there are other people in the world who would approach the same problem with a different angle.
So without having to travel to another country, you can you're exposed to other people.
And to say something else, sometimes when you're reading, you put yourself in the shoes of the person. Do you understand?
Yeah, I know. So I do that. So that's why it's an escape for me.
Like, and you feel that, you feel the emotion, you feel overwhelmed, you feel joy, you feel sadness. So reading culture for me, I agree with you. So there are factors here that but do you remember when we were growing up? And this was exactly, so we went through a process. You started from Secret 7, Famous 5, all the Enid Blyton books.
Oh my goodness.
You went into secondary school, Mills and Boons. You went into
Sweet Valley University.
Mills and Boons.
No, you went to Sweet Valley High, Sweet Valley University, then Mills and Boons.
In fact, and then Silhouette in America with all those books. Sweet Valley High, in fact, I may as well.
So, and those things shaped our culture. It shaped our perspectives. But when I think about kids today, we had to wait till 4 o'clock or 5 o'clock
for TV.
That's true. We didn't have alternative power sources as much as there are now. So funny enough, I saw a video this morning of a friend's son, and he was still in his pajamas and he was telling his dad off. Dad, I went to the TV, Wi-Fi not working. Netflix not working.
But that's
YouTube
my reality.
Not working.
That's my reality.
YouTube Kids not working.
My daughter is 3. Yes, she does that.
These kids now have access to other media. So how do we, because when we're talking about reviving this culture, the reality is we acknowledge that reading books is almost becoming extinct. I personally like the feel and the smell of paper. It takes me back to the story, and so I'm still a paperback person. But I understand the value of audiobooks. I still tune out, so I'm trying to get there. But you've written a children's book. So clearly you see that there is a way in which we can keep children engaged. So what motivated you to write that? Is that culture part of it?
Definitely looking at, so actually the conversation that we just had is what motivated me to write a book and to continue writing, because when we're talking about reading as children, we're talking about Enid Blyton, we're talking about Sweet Valley High, Sweet Valley University.
And there's no Nigerian.
Where's Nigeria and all of that? Where are the people like us and all of that? Because I remember growing up and reading the Famous 5 and thinking, oh my goodness, let me go and have a picnic with some ginger ale.
I know, and then
so let me bring the Nigerian context.
Where is Shandy and
we read Simbi
and
Ali? No, the drummer boy. Actually, the drummer boy. That was a very sad story for me. In fact, I used to cry. So, in truth, talking about books and empathy, I remember that was such a sad story. There were so many of those kind of books as well, and so maybe that was the problem. Nigerian books were so real and so close to home, and we always like.
Then another issue that I see is a noise culture. Don't you think? Don't you think it's an issue? It's an integral part of our society. there is noise everywhere. Do you think it will help children who actually have that interest to read? Do you think it will propel them to read, or will it impede them?
Okay, so what I would say to that is human beings have resilience and the greatest capacity to normalize any situation. So even if there is noise, trust me, I have just gone, I moved recently, and I moved from a place where there was so much noise, I filtered it out. So I used to think it was quiet, and people would tell me, oh my goodness, where you are is so noisy. Couldn't hear it.
Okay, Shokpe, let me bring it down. A lot of people live in high density areas. How do children in that area, how do they survive?
Isn't that the beauty of a book though? Because I used to remember getting lost in books. Yeah. I would be literally scrunched up in a little corner. And I've moved. My imagination is gone.
I'm completely out of here. But what I'm saying is,
so we're talking reading.
Nasa, there's some children that live in a one-room apartment with their parents.
Here's the thing.
How do you think that will encourage them to read?
But there are also spaces that cater to children who want to read.
Where?
We have
children from such backgrounds.
Well, you know
they can go there. They are accessible. They don't need to buy the books. They can actually read in those spaces.
I really need to know the book. Where are those?
Has she moved? I remember the Bookworm Cafe is there.
Did you hear what I said?
I'm just demographic. But I think what Lami is, I think what is more key to what you're pointing out is more the fact that children do what they see their parents doing. So do parents still even have the time to read?
Yes, I'm not even talking. Can I say we also have mobile libraries, because I know the iRead network is there. So this is a lady who goes to these areas that you're talking about and caters to these children that you're talking about and gives them books and has accessible, affordable, it's all relative, but they can get books for 200 naira.
Well, you know what?
I didn't know about that. So we have a quick break.
Let's take a quick break. We have to pay some bills, and we'll be right back. Stay with us.
We can't talk about education reform if we don't decolonize our education system.
What we do not understand, we will stigmatize. Because it's just cultural. And I think it's just human nature.
They stop paying us salary. I don't like remembering it.
I am angry at Nigeria. I am angry at this government which seems to be letting us down. I am angry at us as a people.
In the process of struggling to free myself from his hand, he tore my pants and he raped me.
He said I can't give me a job, that I'm too short, then I should go, but he did pay me, so that's why I can't sit down like that, so that my children will be hungry.
Don't give up on yourself, don't give up on God, especially if you give up on yourself, people will give up on you.
This is Plus TV Africa. Big stories live here.
Thanks for staying with us. We are still discussing reviving the book culture. So Nasa, you're going to ask a question.
Yes, I was just going to go, Lami's point about the children in rural areas and then also the, not having a conducive environment. And I think that we're also just assuming that reading is for leisure alone. So these children probably go to school and they have to study. Like if they must read for exams, I'm sure they find a way. So I don't necessarily think that, I get that the environment may not be conducive, but you know what? People will find a way. And to what Uti said, at the end of the day, if you...
I'm screaming, I want to talk.
Okay, please talk.
The problem, part of the reading culture is people read for examination. They don't understand it's a lifelong skill. Do you understand? So you should also read leisurely. I'm even for the leisure part of it.
What I'm trying to address is you're saying that the environment is not conducive. Then how do they read? But I'm like, you know what? If you have to read for something, you will find a way, right? And that environment.
If you're reading for school,
can I just say something? Reading for leisure is different because you don't have to do it.
Thank you.
Reading for school is a must.
Yes.
So there is that. But I would also say let's talk about the language that books are even written in.
Right.
Because a lot of children in Nigeria will not connect with books that are written just, in English. They might. So I'm thinking, where are the books that we can have written in Yoruba, written in Pidgin? Books that children can read in their own languages and think to themselves.
Which children are we talking about now?
The problem I see? Most children, I think, at this generation, they don't understand English very well, and they don't understand their languages.
Because
they are in between.
Let's remember, though, when it comes to reading, first of all, the stages are you are read to. You are read to. So it's not about these children just reading and you're like, oh, hey, this is the language they're reading in. Children, they will understand the language that their parents speak to them. So let's get their parents reading to them in the language that they understand. So when we're talking about children reading, it really does stem a lot from the parents. There's a lot that society at large can do. But first of all, you need to have that connection with your mom, your dad, your auntie, your uncle, whoever it is, your grandparents.
Assuming that the mom and dad able to read in that local language, which is where the
you're even talking about the local language, and you just touched on what I was going to ask is, what part does illiteracy play in the death of this reading culture? Because I agree with you that there is the parents, because I totally believe your children do what they see you doing and not what you tell them to do. So the truth is this also underpinned by the fact that we have so many children out of school, we have so many people who can't read and write? Just to give a bit more context.
Literacy plays a huge part in reading culture, of course. I mean, of course it does. But let's not forget that what they're reading are stories. So what I find is that people will learn what it is that they want to know more about. So if they're interested in stories, fine. There are people that are trying to think of innovative and different approaches to getting children reading, because let's face it, adult literacy is a whole different thing. But towards getting children reading, fine. Let's get them engaged. Let's have story hour. There are people who are sitting down and reading stories to children and saying, okay, this is a story. I know that a lot of people that I've spoken to over my course over my background as a book reviewer, as an author as well, basically within the literary circle, people talking about how, they were introduced to books by their parents, telling them a story and saying, well, you know what, this story came from a book. This is the book, you can go and read that book. And then their interest being sparked by realizing, oh, wait, so you mean there's more of these stories? I can go and read and I can find these stories within these pages. So there is that as well.
I mean, so when you say that, I'm just trying to then, cast my mind back to when I was growing up. And I think reading, yes, so my parents encouraged it, my dad, and all of that. But I think it was in school, there was a library and there was a time when you had to go to the library to pick up, you had to always take a book back home and they will ask you questions. So in fact, it was
comprehension.
It wasn't comprehension. There was that. There was also get a book from the library and they have to talk about what you read. And I see that they also try to do at the kids' school as well. Like, so you take a book home and you talk to your child about what they've read. But I have a in fact, you've been to their school before. My 7-year-old daughter, like, she's so clever, even if I say so myself, right? And I tried to get her to read. I'm like, you need to pick up this culture. But she's very restless. So I'll ask her to read a book, and she just goes to, like, she's skimmed through this book, and I'm like, so what did you read? And she can tell me. I'm like, okay, but I don't see this girl sitting down to read the book. But I see that she learns more from watching cartoons, and she knows so much. I'm like, so maybe I shouldn't force her to read. Maybe it's not reading, and maybe like the world has evolved a lot, and there are other ways. And so I look at the big picture. What's the ultimate goal we're trying to achieve here? If it's to learn and to acquire knowledge and build your vocabulary, but would you say that reading is still very critical?
Now here's the thing: don't force children to read, because that's just trauma that they'll have to work through later in life.
Well, I was forced, and I'm fine.
Well, yes, you're fine now. how long did it take you to become fine? But, what I would say is reading does still have its part to play when it comes to knowledge and gaining experience and understanding. And you have to remember that when we are watching, we are consuming, it's more passive. When you are reading, you are actively engaged.
That's true.
Right? So that is a more active form of imbibing knowledge and imbibing these stories than just passively sitting down and watching.
That's true.
You know, they call it the boob tube for a reason. So, yeah.
And I absolutely agree with you there, because I was just going to say that we're fast losing the ability to develop the imagination of children. Because when you watch TV, it's a visual experience. You don't have to think about anything. You don't have to imagine anything. It's right there.
In your
so when you then, because what I see is who are going to be the next generation of writers? Everybody's going to be on YouTube creating 10-minute skits, TikTok, and all of that. So that fine art in itself will eventually die, because these youngsters today are consuming media in different ways. So I basically don't develop my imagination. How do I then come up with something as wonderful as the world of Harry Potter? And here's the thing. So, I mean, Shokpa's book is amazing. My son loves it. And it tells a very real story about how you need to understand that you are comfortable in who you are. You should appreciate who you are. And these are valuable lessons that children need to learn. And even for adults, when we read, books, whether it's biographies, whatever, there is so much to learn. So when we look at that, do you think that there's a possibility that the art form of writing itself could be lost if we continue in this way?
There's always a possibility. However, what I would say, though, is that, let's face it, humanity is about evolution. Okay? So even if writing is lost, and I think it is going to be a very long time until that happens, because as many children as you see sitting down and just consuming entertainment, there are children who are out there reading. And who are consuming books and just eating them, voraciously reading these books and writing as well. There are a lot of published children's authors who are children in Nigeria.
Very true.
So we've got that. I remember one of my favorite books, Aragon, was written by, I think he was 15 when he started writing it, if I'm not mistaken, Christopher Paolini. And I remember thinking to myself, I was older than him when I bought his books, and I thought to myself, oh my goodness. So we do have children who are reading and children who are writing. So I don't think it's going to be lost, at least not in the next generation or even the next generation after that. However, I do think that the people who are in love with the smell of paper, the numbers are dwindling because our lifestyle is now all about convenience. And let's face it, lugging around, when you have a device that can carry 100 or more books, you can't carry 5 books on your shoulder. So, speaking about convenience, but authors are finding, and publishers are finding ways to reach children and reach readers on these devices. So we've got picture books that are now interactive, that children can tap and touch at the screen and they move. I know that I wrote a book as part of this Book Dash project, which aims to give 100 books to children under 5.
Oh, wow. Okay.
Free, open license. And so I remember just Googling my book, because as you do, Googling the book, and it just came across a website that had animated the illustrations. And I was there. I wrote the book, but I was there watching it and thinking, oh my goodness, this is amazing.
So it looks entirely new to you.
Exactly. So we are adapting. So it's just going to, it's all about evolution. It's going to constantly evolve.
Okay, my take is that the present crop of young adults that we have in Nigeria are mentally lazy. No. You need to go on Instagram and just slides of about 7.
And they
can't read it.
Oh yeah, that's
now,
true.
What I'm bringing in,
that's too long.
Do you think there's a nexus between the present situation we have in Nigeria and the fact that we are mentally lazy in Nigeria. Because a reading nation is an informed nation. Most of us don't read anymore. We don't even know what is going on. People just surf the social media for information. That is why sometimes people ask me for my opinion on an issue and I say, I have not read it. I'm not going to give you an opinion on something I've not read. You just see people peddling a lot of, rumors and all that because they can't read. And
too lazy.
Yes, that's
why
part
are we lazy,
of the
though?
This is not specific to Nigeria. Can I just add that?
No, what I mean is the present situation we have in Nigeria, the social-cultural, political issues we have in Nigeria. Do you think it's part of it? Because we are just complacent. Nobody's doing anything. Do you think it's part of the reason? The reasons are part that we do not read. Do you think so? I see a negative.
Yes.
Okay.
I think so.
I mean, I'm very clear-cut when it comes to these things. Definitely.
Yeah.
Like I said before, children cannot be. People cannot be what they cannot imagine.
That's true.
And so, I find that people who come up with innovative ideas, people who try different approaches, people who can see that, oh, hey, there might be another system other than politically corrupt for us to run. It's because they have seen it in one form or another somewhere else. Yeah. If all you're doing, if your stories are coming from the news alone, good grief, you're going to think that the world is on fire.
Very true.
But there are people who are writing about hope. There are people who have written, by the way, it's not just fiction, okay? Non-fiction biographies, people who are writing about people. Fine, go and read a book about Nelson Mandela if you feel that, oh, I want to burn down the system. See what he did. Thank you. See what he did in order to achieve a hard-won peace. There are, if you are not interested in fiction, fine, go and read about another person's life. See how they approach their problems. Because nothing is new in this world, I'm sorry. Yes, technology has made it fancier, but it's not new.
It's happened, something so...
And somebody has dealt with this problem that you are encountering.
Sorry to cut you. I read a book about Trump before he became president. So when he now was campaigning to be president and all that, it wasn't new to me, all what he was exhibiting, because I already read his book and I could read through his mind. He raised his children like an African parent. So I knew that Trump is not totally an American. He's not totally Caucasian.
So, but are you saying the behavior he's exhibiting is African? It's
some people have dubbed him the America's first African president. So that's not.
I object. Strongly. When I read his book, I knew where he was coming from. So it doesn't amaze me. You need to read his book. No, he's so vengeful. He does not forgive. He teaches you not to forgive.
Is that how you portray the African?
No. I said
you touched on something that is actually critical, and I always like to get to the root cause of these things. So why are we mentally lazy? Why are we no longer reading? I think, like I said, that there is a huge shift in children these days are almost programmed to have attention deficit disorders because they're constantly bombarded. So they can't, so your daughter not being able to sit still because there's so much stimulus, there's so much. So it's almost like we had time. All we had to entertain ourselves were our imagination and those books. So we would sit by the lights, the candlelight, we would sit by the lanterns and we would want to read. So when we start to talk about truly reviving this culture, we have to...
Changing the world.
So, and the thing is this, like I say, oh yeah, my son, he watches telly, he learns a lot from telly, but then the experts tell us as well, limit the time your children spend, screen time and all of that. So I think that we also need to find a balance. If we truly want this reading culture to continue, to be revived, then we have to somehow ensure that we are giving our children the opportunity to keep that culture going.
What I do for my 3-year-old is, ever since she was about 6 months, I started reading to her, whether she understood it or not. And today, she would not sleep without reading a story. So from this discussion, I think I'm going to take it a step further. During the day, We have to have story
Shopper said
out.
don't force the children.
No, she already develops. She has that love.
No, she's gotten the love already. And once you start reading to them, you build the right foundation. So they also are now curious
for an hour every day.
So very quickly, just go around the table. I mean, for me, Shopper, I just want to know when you're writing your next book, because
I need to get.
I like to put writers on the spot.
I've written my next book.
And when are we going to?
When is it's going to be published? That's up to my publisher. Well, we know that 2020 was the year of
new normal,
COVID-19, and that delayed a lot of things. So the book was supposed to be published this year. It's not a picture book. It's for older readers.
Oh, okay.
It's very scary and very fun.
Scary.
A little scary. Some people say it's scary. I don't see it at all.
We'll wait for that. So, Nasa, very quickly, 1 minute.
Okay, so I mean, I think what I'll say is everyone should just be open to learning. You know, keep learning, no matter how you want to learn. The whole idea is acquire knowledge and just do what you have to do.
Another point I can remember now: piracy. It's also killing. Yeah. Books are not encouraged to write anymore.
Piracy expands the availability of books, doesn't it? So maybe from the reading culture perspective, but for the writers,
you have to remember, in order for there to be a reading culture, there need to be writers willing to write what you can read.
But why you write? It shouldn't be like a natural, should be a passion that you.
No, when you're not earning from it.
Sorry.
Your books, we see it in the traffic is pirated.
I'm very against the starving artist image. Because that seems to be what you're trying to say.
That you're into the world. That's what you're
No. Don't do it for the world. Yes, I always believe that you should go after your passion, but make sure you can monetize your passion.
Absolutely, I agree.
Because let me tell you something.
Hunger is not a nice thing.
The first time I started having questions about being a writer was when I got my check for the books that were sold. In Nigeria, being a best-selling author does not mean that you sold tons and tons of books, because back to the reading culture, the numbers are not that large. Exactly. But so when I started rethinking my life. Shopper, what are you doing? Is it charity or is it your passion? What's going on? But there's definitely needs to be an element of passion, because it is tough.
We must be.
It is tough.
I agree.
Well, I mean, it's been absolutely wonderful to have you on the show. Book Lovers Day. I did not read a book today, but I appreciate the value that books bring to the table. Thank you so much for joining us. Catch us live every weekend from Friday to Sunday at 8 p.m. as we bring you thought-provoking, engaging, and informative conversations to your screens. You can also watch a repeat broadcast on Mondays, Saturdays, and Sundays at 3 p.m. You can watch a repeat of this broadcast tomorrow at 3 p.m. It's been an insightful conversation. Please keep the conversation going on all our social media platforms as we continue to hear what you are saying. So in case you missed today's quote, here it is. You don't have to burn books. Was this our quote? Oh no, this is a different quote. So reading is to the mind what exercise is to the body. So thank you for joining us and have a good evening.
Congratulations, you beat coronavirus hands down.
Yes, I did.
The problem is when people lose confidence in governments, it becomes very serious in emergencies like this.
To all citizens, stay at home in the areas under lockdown.
I never jumped since yesterday. Now ball I dey play. Today make myself very happy. For this country, wetin dey happen gan?
They say they share money.
I
dey go check my ATM every day, I don't say anything yet.
That this is indeed the most challenging crisis we have faced since the Second World War.
A week ago, Mother Rica declared a state of national disaster.
When you come out of prison, you will not go back.
That's a challenge at the moment.
We have had 100% recovery.
The virus wey they talk about say hungry big pass am. Understand? No virus wey big pass hungry.
Plus TV Africa.
Plus TV Africa.
Big stories live here.
Plus TV Africa is a news television station that prides itself in presenting to our audience the unbundling of big stories that impact the lives of Africans at home within the continent and those in diaspora.
I'm on the field and ready for you.
Okay. Vibration and a sudden explosion.
You have to think big, but you have to start small. I want to encourage you to wear a mask wherever you go.
We use some of the best technology to create the kind of content that millennials love to watch. We unbundle the kind of stories that impact their lives and they are happy to learn from. This is where big stories live.
3, 2, 1. Thank you for joining us in Plus TV Africa News.
PET is turning waste PET bottles into construction materials.
Lagos produces about 30,000 tons of plastics waste in just a day, and only 30% of that is recycled.
Every time you pass a pile of plastics, you pass a job opportunity.
At a first glance, this garage doesn't look like a factory, but more like a scrapyard. However, these young Africans have found success as they convert plastic waste to bricks for construction.
PET initiative is a project that came out from a project called Recreate. We started from the collection process first, collecting PET bottles from our environment, and then we now decided, oh, okay, what can we do with these bottles? We are like, we can actually make something valuable from it. So that's how the idea of PET City actually came.
We discovered that plastics were a big problem in the environment. But what everybody knew the problem as was plastic pollution. Now, we took a closer look to find out what was the root cause of plastic waste pollution, and we discovered that it was improper plastic waste disposal. And let me make it practical. 1 kg of waste plastics is equal to 50 bottles. Now, can you imagine how many bottles is created? 30 tons. Like, just picture it, imagine. So we saw this as a problem, and a problem that really needed a solution. There was no innovation in the recycling industry. What most recycling companies would do is they would gather the waste and send it off to foreign countries to convert. So we had no innovation here, and that was where we came in.
This innovative group have found a solution to addressing the bedeviling issue of environmental pollution caused by the large mass of non-degradable plastic waste, and in effect, creating more sustainable and durable construction materials.
We met Standard Organization of Nigeria to test our bricks. They gave us validation that it's actually stronger than the conventional one by compressive strength, water absorption, and a lot of other tests. So it's really an amazing project, and we actually are excited towards the impact it will have in Nigeria and also the world at large. If you take a look at the building industry, cement is the most significant material you use, right? And replacing that with plastics, because once you're building something, you need a binding agent, that is cement. Now, we replace that binding agent for plastics. This is where the first stage of the production starts. So here we get a lot of plastics from different women that have been cooking for us. Over 20 women have gathered this amount of plastics for us. So now that he has gotten it into the sack, we just wait, then he transfers it into the production pan. So the beauty about this is we don't even have to clean these plastics because they are waste plastics. If we clean them, they're not waste plastics anymore. They are now processed materials. So production is very easy. Here he's now transferring the plastics inside. As you can see, it's turning to color black. So why it's black is because the plastics are burning. So it burns to an extent where it has reached its elastic limit. So then we can start putting the sand inside. So as we keep putting plastics, we wait till everything is liquid. So right now it's getting to about 260 degrees. So as he's pouring the sand into the mixture, it gets kind of thick. So constantly we keep stirring over and over and over again so it gets to that viscous level, because we just observe to an extent where we know, okay, it's ready for us to pour inside. For us to mass produce this, we have to come up with a better production process. So we came up with a machine prototype. One of our team members, a mechanical engineering student, designed a machine that can mix the ratio to which we wanted. This machine is being heated up by an electric power supply. It consumes about 24 kilowatts per hour. So that's a lot of energy to get these plastics into the state that we want. So for now, this is what we use, and it has been working well for us. So we shake it for any air molecules to escape. From the few tests we conducted, the compressive strength was 3 times higher than the normal concrete bricks, which means you can use these bricks for bridges, for construction sites that required a lot of machines that have a lot of weight, because in different parts of certain communities, you have a lot of machines go there and they damage the road. So if you have a brick this strong in those areas, which means that it would increase the lifespan, it would increase the duration to which there is road maintenance.
Plastics are especially problematic if not collected and managed properly. They do not biodegrade and could take 500 years or more to fully decompose. Hence the need for initiatives such as this, which leaves us in a better environment, creating more sustainable building materials and shrinking unemployment figures. For Plus TV Africa, Irene Ubani.
Many thanks for joining us on News on the Hour on Plus TV Africa. Here are the stories making the headlines, and I am Amaka Okoye. The Ondo State Deputy Governor, Agboola Ajayi, has resigned his membership from the People's Democratic Party. Ajayi, who lost the primary of the PDP to Eitayo Jegede, was said to have sent the letter of resignation to the PDP secretariat in his ward, while thanking the national leadership and members of the PDP for their warm reception and acceptance in the short period he rejoined the party. Ajayi said his decision was based on the call from his people that he should contest the forthcoming governorship election in the state. It was gathered that the PDP in the ward, under the chairmanship of Festus Oboro, acknowledged the receipt of the resignation letter. The Chief Press Secretary to the Deputy Governor, Tope Okeowo, confirmed the development to Plus TV Africa. The People's Democratic Party in Ondo State said that the resignation of the Deputy Governor, Agboola Ajayi, would not affect prospect of his victory in the October 10th governorship election. The Ondo PDP said the Deputy Governor abused the welcome and privilege accorded him by its party supporters during his brief stay in the party. State Publicity Secretary of the PDP, Kennedy Ikanto Perete, in a statement issued in Akure, said Ajayi's resignation proved that he is desperate to become the governor of Ondo State. According to the statement, and I quote, "In the days to come, it will dawn on him that he has squandered whatever was remaining in his goodwill with this decision." End of quote. Meanwhile, the Independent National Electoral Commission says that it has started documenting all incidences of violence and hate speeches in Edo State for necessary action. INEC was reacting to the comments by the People's Democratic Party that the Commission was playing to the gallery because it knows the party perpetuating violence in Edo State. INEC National Commissioner in charge of voter education and information, Festus Okoye, said, and I quote, that the Commission is documenting incendiary statements aimed at inflaming passion. The Commission is also documenting violent acts and threats to the smooth conduct of elections in Edo and Ondo State. End of quote. Okoye explained that the Commission was a regulatory agency and will continue to encourage all the registered political parties to toe the path of peace and electoral transparency. Security operatives, in a bid to curtail attacks and isolated killings in southern Kaduna, have arrested some bandits and criminals suspected to be members of gangs disturbing the area. The sector commander of Operation Safe Haven in Kafanchan, Colonel David Nwakonobi, told newsmen that 8 suspects were arrested at different locations with dangerous weapons in their possession during the operation carried out by the task force. The suspected bandits paraded by security operatives in Kaduna. Some of the items recovered from the suspects include locally fabricated pump-action guns, locally made pistols, 9mm ammunition, machetes, and motorcycles. One of the militiamen involved in the last attack in one of the communities was killed in a shootout, and his corpse was discovered in Kibori village during a rescue operation by the troops, according to Colonel Nwakonobi. Bandits in recent times have made southern Kaduna a very dreary area to reside. Moving on, about 4 terrorist arms suppliers on their way to Nigeria have been killed by officials of Niger Republic Army. The Libyan arms suppliers were intercepted before reaching the border that leads to Nigeria in the Niger Republic. It is believed that arms dealers were arms suppliers to the bandits that have been terrorizing Nigeria's northwestern region. Apart from the bandits, Nigeria is also battling Boko Haram insurgency in its northeast region, according to the Institute of Security Studies. Boko Haram, which has its roots in Nigeria, poses a potential danger to Nigeria's neighbor should its influence spread beyond the country's borders. Still on national matters, the Petroleum Tankers Drivers Association has said its planned strike will begin on Monday as planned because the association has not reached any agreement with the Lagos State government. This according to the national chairman of PTDA, Salimonu Oladiti. He said the issues which forced the drivers to plan to embark on an indefinite strike had not been addressed, which include issues of extortion and harassment. According to him, the association is not happy to disrupt fuel supply at this time, knowing its attendance effects, and added that they would still present their demands in the hopes that the government would meet them and avert the strike. The national president of the National Union of Petroleum and Natural Gas Workers, Williams Akporeha, and the general secretary, Olawale Afolabi, had in a statement issued on Friday directed tanker drivers to begin the withdrawal of their services as from 12 midnight on Monday. And ahead of the August 14th resumption of in-dining services in restaurants, it is mixed reaction as fast food consumers in some parts of Lagos Island express satisfaction with the new normal of not being allowed to eat in upon buying meals at eateries due to the outbreak of COVID-19.
Everything seems like normal. Just you can't just sit down, you just have to go back to your house or go back to a place of more convenience where you can sit down and eat.
Over the last few months, it's been frustrating. It's been basically deliveries. You call in and then you have something delivered to the house. Even that has been frustrating as well, but we can't complain. We have to stay alive.
Nothing has really changed. Like, I barely eat outside, so
it's a good feeling knowing that restaurants and most lounges will be open pretty soon. So yeah, I guess we would have a bit of our social life back. I'm looking forward to how we're going to do that because I know there's still a curfew at 10. But yeah, it feels good to know that there's a bit of life coming back with the whole corona thing going on. So yeah, I'm looking forward to how it comes out.
Thank you. What's your name?
Peter OJ Jr.
OJ, spell OJ.
OJIE.
Thank you.
Yeah, you're welcome. Yeah.
Away from that now, the governor of Ekiti State, Kayode Fayemi, has promised to ensure safety of students and teachers in the state through the provision of safety equipment. Fayemi said while inspecting some of the schools in the state ahead of the planned reopening of schools ahead of the forthcoming West African Secondary Certificates examination. The governor was accompanied on the tour by the Commissioner for Education, Science and Technology, Folusho Daramola, and other top officials in the ministry.
I'm still not satisfied, not completely satisfied. Some principals are better prepared than others, which was the whole point of going around today, so that all the schools have the Veronica buckets, they have the thermometers, they have the sanitizers, and they are arranged in such a manner as to allow for social distancing. Some have done it better than others. what would happen is that the Honorable Commissioner for Education and his team will still undertake some activities between now and tomorrow morning, just to be sure that we get it right. Although we have a week before the exam starts, I would much rather this is tidied up before then. So we have a pro forma form that is being handed over to all the school principals so that they precisely let us know who the COVID-19 coordinator is in their school and the arrangements that they've been trained to observe. And you know, we're also testing some of them randomly just to make sure that we're reasonably safe. We can't test all the teachers, we would have loved to, as well as the students who are sitting for the exams, but we will do as much random testing as possible before the 17th. You know, we still have the task force, which I head, and the task force that Professor Aluko coordinates. That has not been disbanded. That task force will continue its work. The Ministry of Education also has its own team responsible for monitoring. So, and I will continue my random monitoring in the course of that period. Thankfully, I got my second test today, so I'm negative. So definitely, so I'll be out monitoring myself.
Still in the news, France Anti-Terror Prosecutor's Office said it will probe the killing of 8 people, including French aid workers, by gunmen in Niger. France confirmed its nationals were among the dead without giving a figure. And French aid group Acted said several of its workers were among those killed during a tourist outing. It is believed to be the first such attack on Westerners in the area, a popular tourist attraction in the former French colony, thanks to its unique population of West African or Niger giraffes. And Imam Mahmoud Dicko, considered the head of the opposition June 5th movement in Mali, has accused France of meddling in the nation's current political crisis. He said that the former colonizer has been moving ahead behind the scenes, to influence the choice of the next Malian prime minister. The Imam shared his thoughts on the current political crisis in Mali. Dicko also stated that the Prime Minister Boubou Cissé has no legitimate political ground to stand on and doubled down on his suspicion of France being behind Ibrahim Boubacar Keita's incessant hold on the presidency, even against the unyielding calls for his resignation by the opposition. And that will be it from the rest of Africa. Now to the foreign news. World Health Organization has announced a vast global gap between funds needed to fight the COVID-19 pandemic and funds committed. According to the WHO, just about only 10% is available for the funding of the billions of dollars required. Jacinta Obiku now reports.
The head of World Health Organization had on Monday warned that there is a huge gap in funding to help fight the coronavirus pandemic. Tedros Ghebreyesus said at a news conference that there was a vast global gap between the organization's ambition for a fund known as Access to COVID-19 Tools Accelerator.
We have to fundamentally scale up the way we're financing the ACT Accelerator and prioritize the use of new tools. There is a vast global gap between our ambition for the ACT Accelerator and the amount of funds that have been committed. While we're grateful for those that have made contributions, we're only 10% of the way to funding the billions required to realize the promise of the ACT Accelerator. And this is only part of the global investment needed to ensure everyone, everywhere, can access the tools.
The ACT Accelerator was launched in April 2020 and is attempting to bring together government, health organizations, scientists, businesses, and philanthropists to speed up an end to the pandemic by supporting the development and the distribution of the diagnostics, vaccines, and treatments needed.
For the vaccines alone, over 100 billion will be needed, US dollars. This sounds like a lot of money. And it is. but it is small in comparison to the $10 trillion that have already been invested by G20 countries in fiscal stimulus to deal with the consequences of the pandemic so far.
Acknowledging the suffering caused by the pandemic, Tedros said there was still hope nevertheless.
This week we will reach 20 million registered cases of COVID-19 and 750,000 deaths. Behind these statistics, there is a great deal of pain and suffering. Every life lost matters. I know many of you are grieving and that this is a difficult moment for the world. But I want to be clear. There are green shoots of hope, and no matter where a country, a region, a city, or a town is, it's never too late to turn the outbreak around.
Over 20 million people have been infected across the world, with close to 13 million recovered from the pandemic and about 734,000 death rate.
At least 6 people have been reportedly killed and more than a dozen wounded in a bomb blast in southwestern Pakistan. A bomb planted on a motorbike went off in the heart of the city of Chaman, which borders Afghanistan's Kandahar province. According to the regional police officials Muhammad Iqbal, at least 6 people were killed and 20 others wounded in the blast. No group has claimed responsibility for the blast so far. Violence by Islamist militants and ethnic Baloch rebels has recently surged across Pakistan, especially in Balochistan, the largest and most volatile province of the country, which borders Afghanistan and Iran. And our beats from foreign scenes, and up next is a business news.
Quality wire, and quality cables. For quality wire, quality cables. Coleman will light up your life, brothers. Original quality wire, where they can't pay. Cable for any type of project. Light up your life, light up your house. Coleman won't light up your life, Coleman Baba. Who be the master for cable? Coleman. Who be the master for wire? Coleman. Original quality cable. When you feature for any kind of project, Coleman. Original quality, durable, trustable, Coleman, Coleman, Baba.
And now in the business news, ShopRite, Africa's biggest basic food item retailer, was said to be ready to quit Nigeria after 15 years of business activities in Africa's biggest economy. But it was later clarified that the retailer was looking at interest in its Nigerian business investors. Although market analysts familiar with this type of development say any company's exit from an economy should be a major cause for concern, more so for a country like Nigeria, which needs foreign direct investment. The stress that the importance in job creation cannot be overemphasized. Uche Waleke, financial economist and professor of capital markets at Nasarawa State University, in a written comment to Business AM said, and I quote, "The exit of ShopRite or any other foreign business for that matter ordinarily should be a cause for concern, especially for a country like Nigeria, which is in dire need of foreign direct investment. The importance of foreign direct investment, especially in the area of job creation, cannot be overemphasized," end of quote. And joining us live is Bright Jaja, an entrepreneur, to take a look at all of this conversation. Good to have you, Jaja.
Hello, thanks for having me.
Now, while some are mourning the exit of ShopRite, if you like, others are certain that it will open the door for new investment. In your opinion, which is it?
I think there has to be some kind of balance. Yes, this will open doors for new investment when it comes to the young entrepreneurs who are able to meet some of the demands, but at the same time, we still need this, especially at the point that we're in right now. I don't think Nigeria is ready enough to have ShopRite exit, and other companies. And I'm sure it's not just ShopRite. There's a lot of other companies who are actually planning to exit because of the situation of the country. So I don't think we're ready for that yet. I mean, let's say in the next 2, 3 to 4 years, that's possible. But right now, I don't think we're ready.
So what is the right balance to be struck between foreign players in our national industries and indigenous inclusion?
It's to be a co-investment. First of all, like I always say, and that's been my message for the longest time, there are a lot of companies who are willing to come into Nigeria, who are willing to invest in Nigeria. But the key problem is the skills level. I was talking to a couple of friends a couple of weeks ago, and the conversation was still the same. We have to start on learning and relearning and empowering ourselves with the skills that is in demand within this time. So companies from all over the world who are looking at actually investing in Africa are not able to do that because we don't have the capacity. So I think the first thing first is for Nigeria to fix its technical and vocational system, to prepare its young people, to focus its young people on the skills that are actually in demand. And then secondly, prepare the infrastructure that would, both physical infrastructure and policies that would encourage investment, global investment into the country.
Bright, you just hinged on my next question, which is what is the role, for innovation amongst the looming wave of unemployment that the economic recession will bring?
Innovation is a key component of everything that we do at the moment, but we're still very backward, especially when it comes to internet access and when it comes to the infrastructure for internet access. I mean, I was trying to use my Wi-Fi and it wasn't working. I had to connect to my phone for this to happen. So that means if the call comes in right now, it's going to go off. And that's one of the major things. Without a strong infrastructure, innovation is limited. So I think for when it comes to the role that innovation plays, it plays a major role. We need to equip the young people with the skills, with technological skills. And then we also need to invest in infrastructure that supports this innovation and these technologies.
And having said that, are you beginning to see activities, to suggest that these opportunities amidst the pandemic will be taken advantage of, especially amongst young people?
I've seen a lot of things that young people are doing, and most of these things are going to create a lot of jobs. I've seen, especially people from our platform, Scalers.ng, we've seen a lot of young people create different technological tools and solutions that would actually create jobs for other young people. So there is a huge opportunity right now because young people are beginning to tap into, the existing problem. But at the same time, there is still a need for support. A need for support from the government side when it comes to infrastructure. A need for support when it comes to financial support, when it comes to investing in some of these ideas to become a reality. I think that's where the balance has to be, where you add young people in the conversation and you identify these amazing ideas and support it with funds. So at the end of the day, these young people and their innovations can create job opportunities for other young people.
Bright Jaja, thank you so very much for your thoughts. And thankfully, no call came into your phone to disrupt our conversation. Do keep safe out there.
I was looking at it from the entire time.
All right, do keep safe out there.
I appreciate it.
Right, that's it in business. And still ahead on Plus TV Africa News is our roundup on entertainment and sports news. We'll be back in a moment. Stay with us.
First of all, I think every Nigerian should know that nobody owes you anything.
Well, I've delivered my advocacy in a language I hope we understand.
Ni hao. So let's forget the charade that is decency. Nigeria is culturally bankrupt.
He brought up Big Brother. They're telling them that if you want to be famous, if you want to be noticed overnight, you want to be a star, this is your ladder in a country where there is no hope for you otherwise.
Let me take it up from there. We are a country where we punish good behavior and reward bad behavior.
If we all, the way we troop out to Canaan land, and we all troop out like that and say, we'll just sit down here on the express and won't go anywhere until government takes a decision
It's easier said than done in the sense that clearly, otherwise we would have done it. Because going out and protesting without a goal is a pointless protest.
That approach is not working.
You have not protested.
No, hold on. No, hold on.
It is engagement we need to have.
Those who suffer miscarriages are never taken into account.
Members of the National Assembly are also influence peddlers.
You are sitting on Nigerians' money.
From the Babin, I pay my rent. From the Babin, I send my children to school.
A consultative engagement.
No any tangible notification before they ban us.
It's one thing for people to be at your back and the heat of the moment, and another thing for them to still be with you when push comes to shove.
I will do everything to take Lagos out of the national grid.
And in entertainment, Pain and Glory star Antonio Banderas revealed he has tested positive for COVID-19 on Monday, his 60th birthday. I want to make it public that today, I am forced to celebrate my 60th birthday in quarantine, having tested positive for the COVID-19 disease caused by the coronavirus, the star tweeted in Spanish. I will take advantage of this isolation to read, write, rest, and continue to make plans to begin to give meaning to my 60 years, to which I arrive full of enthusiasm. I give big hugs to everyone. This is a statement made by Banderas as he concluded. Banderas is known for his roles as diverse as The Masks of Zorro, Once Upon a Time in Mexico, The Skin I Live In. He scored an Oscar nominations for Pedro Almodovar, Pain and Glory. His current state of projects include The Hitman's Wife, Uncharted, and Official Competition. That is all on entertainment news. My name is Ife Omai. The best of sports is after this.
Thank you, Ife. And now in sports, Atletico Madrid in a statement stated that the club will return to training for their final session ahead of their trip to the Champions League Final 8 tournament in Lisbon after the rest of their squad tested negative for COVID-19. The club's morning session was postponed and their plans to travel to the Portuguese capital later on Monday were put on hold after 2 players tested positive for the virus on Sunday. But the club said Diego Simeone's side would fly out to Lisbon on Tuesday without forward Angel Correa and injured defender Sima Valco, who were isolating at home after testing positive for the virus but were both asymptomatic. Atletico faced German side RB Leipzig on Thursday in the quarter-finals. And that's it in sports and also how we wrap up the news at this hour. For more news and updates, please follow us at Plus TV Africa on Facebook, on Twitter and Instagram. And remember to subscribe to our YouTube channel, which is at Plus TV Africa. We'll be back later with more stories making the headlines. Please do join us again. I am Amaka Okoye, reminding you to keep staying safe out there.
We can't talk about education reform if we don't decolonize our education system.
What we do not understand, we will stigmatize. Because it's just cultural. And I think it's just human nature.
They stop paying us salary. I don't like remembering it.
I am angry at Nigeria. I'm angry at this government which seems to be letting us down. I'm angry at us as a people.
In the process of struggling to free myself from his hand, he tore my pants and raped me.
said like can't give me a job that I'm too short. Then I should go, but it still pay me. So that's why I can't sit there like that. So that my children will be hungry.
Don't give up on yourself. Don't give up on God. Especially if you give up on yourself, people will give up on you.
This is Plus TV Africa. Big stories live here.
A recent study shows that this preventable disease accounts for 15% of all deaths of children under the age of 5.
As quickly as possible. We will push that project no matter what happens. Our production lines are operating at full capacity and our engineers
5 times more likely to receive early childhood education than the poor in the area.
There is a digital divide, and we hope that this will allow people who previously had no way of accessing material to
the war. We frequently travel on those roads. The damage done.
The fight of our lives. The United Nations Secretary General has called for a ceasefire in countries locked down in a long-term conflict.
For upcoming artists to blow in Nigeria.
Welcome to Plus Trending. I am Bukky November, your host, saying thank you for joining us on today's episode.
Welcome back. It's tea time on Plus TV Africa.
Practice makes perfect. I'm not perfect yet, but I'm a lot better than I used to be.
He's a king. He's entitled to marry 100 if he wants to.
In a world of overwhelming voices, where everyone has something to say,
it is important that we bring the core issues to the fore.
As we lend our voices to inspire, inform, influence, and provoke your thoughts and action.
We want to hear these issues and know what you are saying. This is not just women talking.
It is an evocative program that touches the core of our existence.
We take on topics some may consider taboo and want to sweep under the carpet.
We understand that what touches one touches all.
We know you have a lot to say, so let's hear you.
lot of the jobs that exist today will not exist in the next 10 years.
10 years.
When I see people today shouting, we're not too young to run, we are ready to run. Ready to run to where? The people of excellence are, to a certain extent, being held ransom by idiots and bandits.
Once you are in government, you believe everything you do is right. And once you are in opposition, everything the government does is wrong.
And so it's time for us to take over power.
Plus TV Africa is a news television station that prides itself in presenting to our audience the unbundling of big stories that impact the lives of Africans at home within the continent and those in diaspora.
I'm on the field and ready for you.
Okay. Vibration and a sudden explosion.
You
have to think big, but you have to start small.
I want to encourage you to wear a mask wherever you go.
We use some of the best technology to create the kind of content that millennials love to watch. We unbundle the kind of stories that impact their lives and they are happy to learn from. This is where big stories live.
3, 2, 1,
Thank you for joining us in Plus TV Africa News.
This is Tea Time on Plus TV Africa. Thank you for watching, and of course, this is where we bring you the biggest entertainment stories and analyze them for you. My name is Elsie Godwin, and I'm laughing because I think Ife Omai is ready to analyze something. But of course, I have Ife Omai and Ife Olu Oshoke.
What's good? Right.
I feel like jumping into that one.
Oh my goodness.
Jumping into which one?
Don't mind when we get there, I'll tell you we are there. Just watch out.
Oh my goodness.
I probably would know.
Of course, I'm sure you do.
I don't know. Maybe when we get there, I would know what junction.
All right,
to come down. Oh wow.
Charlie Boy is in the mood to slam Nigerian youths for paying more attention to Big Brother Nigeria than pressing national issues. According to him, voting on BB Nigeria is quite higher than outcome of our general elections. What else did he say? I think that was the highlight.
Please, happiness is for free, I beg. If Big Brother makes me happy and Nigerian government's politics does not, that cannot be a crime.
I don't know why they find it. I'm using "they" now is because this is not the first time I'm reading something like this, and he's not the only person saying something like this. But I don't know why this comes up every time Big Brother Nigeria is on, because first and foremost, Big Brother Nigeria is not the problem of Nigeria. Nigeria is Nigeria. Nigeria cannot change if Big Brother stops tomorrow. It will still, okay, we are hoping that to change. Now, let me not swear and say Nigeria cannot change. But this is not going to be the reason that Nigeria is going to be better. It is entertainment. Entertainment would normally get more attention than politics, right? Politics is not something that anybody can just dabble into without proper knowledge. And they keep bringing this voting thing. I mean, so how difficult is it to vote on Big Brother Nigeria? Comparing it to voting and in fact getting a voter's card in Nigeria. Do you know what that takes? I get it. You're saying yes, we want a better Nigeria. We should be able to put in the sweat and all. But when you're putting in this sweat and the system is not allowing your sweats to really become sweat, it's turning into water. What exactly do you want people to do?
I kind of understand where the OGs are coming from.
I understand where they're coming from, but they should leave Big Brother out of
Especially,
this.
no, you know why we cannot leave Big Brother out of it? Because
why OGs? Since you're part of the ocean.
No, I'm not that old.
You said why we cannot.
No, okay, why we can't leave Big. Okay, that's the reason why Big Brother can't be left out of this conversation is because that's what is trending right now, and we see a lot of participation. So it's not like we don't have the numbers. It's not like we don't have the people, the youths that actually have the power, their voices, they render their voices for Big Brother. But when it comes to things like politics, but then again, I thought about it and I said, we have been defeated too many times for us to keep fighting.
Let Big Brother try that thing where we see people are voting, and then our votes are not counting. I think Nigerians will not stop putting their votes there.
With the Lakon and the Kid.
So that's a system that hasn't failed us yet. But our political system has failed us time and over. It has failed you people that you are complaining right now. The people complaining. The system has failed you. Our political system, our legal system, everything has failed in this country. So we are not going to keep acting like we do not know that our voice does not count.
The only way election, you saw that, right? So I don't know. I feel I know we have a long way to go. I get what he's saying as well. I think we also need to pay attention because Nigerian youths don't pay attention to very serious things. So it goes as little as the kind of content we put out online. Put out a content. I think he mentioned that as well. Put out a content that has to do with something that they will come out tomorrow and cry about. Probably. How I'm looking at the simplest thing that is not necessarily politics, it probably will engage you, except it's something that has to do with bomb and nakedness.
You see, when you started your point,
and we know Omofri also dropped his nuggets on.
It happens a lot. This is that, I'm saying I get where he's coming from, but I don't think this is about Big Brother Nigeria. It's about things
you mentioned something when you first started the conversation, and I think for me is the most important thing when you mention participation. I think there's ways that you can participate in other things that are just a lot more digestible and doesn't require much from you. It's not just entertainment, sports as well. People complain in even developed countries, like I mentioned Australia, they have that conversation all the time that they get their youth to be more involved in the Australian Football Association than anything else. Not even music or entertainment or Big Brother, because there's Big Brother in Australia. For them, it's sports, just easy to follow and digest and all of that type of stuff. But with politics, it takes quite a long time to first of all understand the concept, the strategy. Like I still ask questions to you tomorrow, as simple as what does the senator do in Nigeria and what does the commissioner, and then there's a name for the federal part and there's one for the local part. Sometimes I really don't understand the structure. Sometimes
because the commissioner for single women
or women affairs and then there's women something. There's all the type of stuff. If you didn't go to like a school in Nigeria where they taught that, like maybe government or whatever, sometimes your knowledge will be a bit light on that. Then even when you come out of the thing and you see that this thing that people are expecting to have an interest in is a bunch of jokes and people are doing like this on television, like why am I going to find interest in like spending my time doing that? Like people follow that's also I completely disagree, because people actually follow politics when it makes sense. Look at the American politics. Nigerians know quite a lot about what Trump is doing, what Trump is not doing, what Obama did. Like people, and there's even sectors where people understand politics, like even the Edo participation. I think there's a lot more focus on that. And go and look at the numbers. It's trending. If the story bangs and you can execute your intentions clearly, I understand. But can you execute the intentions clearly or what's happening?
But you know when you're talking about,
you can't. So why am I wasting my time on that?
I like the fact that
please give me some Lilo and Dengi and.
I like the fact that you brought up the topic of conversation as well. You know, when you're telling us about electricity, we know there are some people sitting on top of it. It's not like we couldn't have gotten electricity for a long time. When you're talking about election, we know that even if we participate tomorrow, you will still rig this election. So, do you understand? Like, we've been defeated, that we're just tired of fighting, and then our problems are too much.
They're too much.
So allow us just lighten our mood. I have more chances of using my platform as a Big Brother Nigeria winner than being a politician in this country as a young man.
Even Fowl's song of Hypocrites, where he was saying that why do we keep on, like, we're all hypocrites in Nigeria, that why do we keep on voting for two parties? Like, first of all, is it a fantasy to you? If I don't vote for one of the other two parties, I've pretty much wasted my votes. Like, you have to put reality into things when you are just coming out to attack Nigerians for being whatever. We have to first of all figure out how to take care of ourselves when there's no labor wages protecting us. You can paint somebody's house, spend 100 hours, and they'll give you nothing. There's no protection. We're trying to survive for the day. You want me to come and add my voice to something that does not matter?
You don't know Hush Mommy. Now you're the old one. Have you seen Hush Mommy? Okay, so that's the Ziani.
So that's who? Okay,
she's trending on Twitter. She said we'll pay attention to Yahoo boys. I mean, okay, let's just move on.
Please,
But
really,
okay.
please.
Okay. But finally, not to discourage the youth interested in politics.
They'll be all right.
Please, this is what we've been fighting for. Don't give up.
See,
Fight.
people that are interested in
Some people are
politics want to go and
interested.
continue eating the money that those people cannot continue. But
No,
let's
the
just
ones
move
that
on.
are genuinely interested,
Don't
the ones that are
give up,
studying
like
political
Ife said.
science
Ife, it's
presently,
okay, now let's
can you
move on.
just make the
Yusuf.
change that them Charlie boy? But it's too late.
Wow. Okay, moving on. Nigerian woman declares Beyonce an opportunist. This is how she put it. She said, beehives need to relax though. Their demigod Beyonce is simply an opportunist using the African culture and riding on the global positive wave of Afrobeats to gain attention and sell records. No, she's not giving African artists the global stage. They already had the global stage. End of quote. Period. That's it, right?
No,
Over to you, Miss.
See, okay, so I don't think that you
We've had
can...
this conversation on this table before.
Yes, first of all, I think there's global stage and then there's Beyonce stage. That's on period. I think
What is Beyonce stage?
Beyonce stage is much bigger, Jare.
What's the figure about her Beyonce? About her stage?
She
She had it. I don't think she has it anymore.
Uh-uh.
Because based on the numbers that the Lion King is doing now, there is a global stage.
Do you want to say that Shatta Wale has? This is the first time Shatta Wale is entering the global stage.
It's Shatta Wale now that is the.
We also
all
need to-
of
we
them,
also need
all of
to
them on that
define-
album.
We also need to define the people on that album that had the global stage. If we're talking about the Wizkids, right? They obviously had the global stage. Burna Boy had
But
the
my
global
Jones, this is
But
not
there are
an
people
I see what you two are doing. I see what
that
you two are doing. This is not about global stage and Beyonce stage. This is about cultural appropriation.
And Beyonce is
this
very,
lady right
very
or
guilty.
not?
Yeah, she's
Do you know
100%
something?
right.
Something I just
behave like a
realized
debater, right?
that there is a difference between cultural appreciation and cultural appropriation. Now, what Beyonce does is
my
cultural
gosh.
appreciation.
She
She
uses
actually
the record or not?
appreciates the
If she uses the
African
records or
culture.
not?
Regardless, is it a fault that we're not? Is it a fault that we're not appreciating
before you
our
start
culture
educating
enough?
our people with misinformation. As long as money is involved, it is no longer appreciation, but it's appropriation. Period.
Oh, the money comes in later.
Which money? Which money?
The money she makes out of the records for that, but the intent in which she's actually
said it comes
using
in
it.
later? Wait, I don't understand.
It comes
I
in.
don't understand. When she was making the video, she wanted to do charity. She'll have them. She'll just fall on the money by mistake. I don't understand.
But the intent, the fact that
Which
you
intent? She's using
appreciate
it-
the
put it in the music
African
video,
culture.
Ife.
Yeah, but she appreciates the African
If
culture.
you're making a music video, is Beyonce making a music video for charity purposes or to make money? Period. That's the question.
Cultural appreciation is different from cultural appropriation.
Yes, that's facts, but that's not what is happening in this case. If you're
That's
talking,
what
if
it
you
is.
are, like I said, if it's about making money, it is not appreciation. If I'm going to my friend's house and I really like the Asian culture and I put the Asian makeup on my face and I go there as maybe Halloween costume or whatever, I'm appreciating it. But if I'm going to make a whole production that is based on making profit and I put a capture in there or a symbol or a car or whatever, I am trying to make profit, and that is cultural inappropriation.
You guys need to
If
stop
your
blaming
profit,
people for
if your
everything
profit
wrong
is
with our
not,
youth.
let me land.
No, nobody's blaming.
Don't
her
mind
for what
him,
is
Ife.
wrong. It is what she's doing.
I will not mind him if
If your profits are not then given to the people who you are using to attract the attention that you're using to make your profit, then what you have done is cultural appropriation. People have done it many, many times. PDD is one person I know that has really tried to help us to guard ourselves because the minority groups, including gender and race.
So PDD is not. Oh wow.
Listen, let me finish. What are you saying? Oh wow, I've not even talked. I don't understand.
He said PDD is somebody that helped us to guard. Yeah, make it. Go on.
It's so parallel now. Before I make the point, I already interact.
Wow.
Do you want to complete the conversation for me? Or
No, I don't want to. I want you
Okay,
to.
then keep quiet and listen. So PDD is somebody that has actually tried his best to protect the minorities, including the black race and females or whatever minority you find yourself in terms of being not exploited by cultural appropriation, by copywriting your stuff. Your band, your fashion, your braids, things like that. Because when somebody does that, then you can then file for suit against that. He's one of those people that have tried to teach black people how to do that. Because a lot of the times, people want to be black when it doesn't matter.
and that's Beyonce for you. If you're going to claim that you are appreciating it, then put your money where your mouth is. Come and perform. Spend a lot of money in
That's the only thing you say. She doesn't perform.
She's an artist. Performing is the only thing.
Do you know the amount of things that she could have done to Africa that you don't know? You don't know about this. The only thing you come up with is she doesn't come here to perform.
Tell me one thing Beyonce has put her
performing.
money here. Tell me, okay, forget performance.
The fact that she's putting our culture out there is enough. People are learning.
You are still saying the same thing that is the issue, but we need to go on a very quick break.
What?
We have a guest.
You don't need Beyonce to do that, please.
Then do it.
We are already doing it.
No, you're not.
Tea time will continue after the short break.
Hey, chakalaka chepache, koshira koshara. This is Bayu, and you're watching Tea Time on Plus TV Africa.
First of all, I think every Nigerian should know that nobody owes you anything.
Well, I've delivered my advocacy in a language I hope we understand.
Ni hao.
So let's forget the charade that is decency. Nigeria is culturally bankrupt.
He brought up Big Brother. They're telling them that if you want to be famous, if you want to be noticed overnight, you want to be a star, this is your ladder in a country where there is no hope for you otherwise.
Let me take it up from there. We are a country where we punish good behavior and reward bad behavior.
If we all, the way we troop out to Canaan land, and we all troop out like that and say, we'll just sit down here on the express and won't go anywhere until government takes a decision.
It's easier said than done in the sense that clearly, otherwise we would have done it. Because going out and protesting without a goal is a pointless protest.
That approach is not working.
You have not protested.
No, hold on. No, hold on.
Plus TV Africa is a news television station that prides itself in presenting to our audience the unbundling of big stories that impact the lives of Africans at home within the continent and those in diaspora.
I'm on the field and ready for you.
Okay. Vibration and a sudden explosion.
You have to think big, but you have to start small.
I want to encourage you to wear a mask wherever you go.
We use some of the best technology to create the kind of content that millennials love to watch. We unbundle the kind of stories that impact their lives and they are happy to learn from. This is where big stories live.
3, 2, 1,
Thank you for joining us in Plus TV Africa News.
Our guest is an up-and-coming artist who was born in the city of Lagos, and music, interestingly, has always been in his family. Ojelade Olariwaju Oluwafemi is signed to YOS Records, a Nigerian-owned foreign-based record label. His music is a fusion of Afro jazz, and high life with hints of other genres. Let's make welcome the one and only LB.
Hi.
Hello.
Hi.
Beautiful faces.
Thank you.
How are you?
I'm alright. How are you?
Good. I like the combination of your music genres that you're involved in. It's good that you're not comfortable or anything.
But before he gets to say, I want to know what's LB. Your name. How did you get LB from that? So it's not has nothing to do with your name.
It doesn't, cause when I was in university, girls used to call me Larry Berry.
Larry Berry.
Yeah, Larry.
Where did Larry Berry come from?
I don't know. I should ask them. Maybe.
You don't know where Larry Berry came from?
Larry should be from Larry.
Okay, Berry.
The Berry. I guess because I'm sweet.
Oh.
So going into music, I had to shorten that. Larry Berry would be too long to call myself.
But that would have been nice, actually.
It's Larry Berry. So I had to shorten down to LB.
Right. Okay. How did you get in contact with this record label? Because I know a lot of the times people who are upcoming, getting that backup is massive.
Yeah.
So what was your journey like for that?
Oh, okay. So I've been doing music for a while before I got signed to my label. So my friends, they used to tell me to put my stuff on the internet, push the stuff on Instagram and all, but I wasn't so good at that. But then later I started doing it, and I think it was the second time I put stuff on Instagram. The owner of my label saw the song and just came into my DM, and that was how it happened.
Wow.
Interesting.
Yep.
So I guess you're taking social media more seriously right now.
I guess so.
You guess so.
Why
Okay.
don't you think social media is going to be helpful for that?
The kind of songs I write, I'm quite conscious about my writing, so I feel social media is a little bit distractive when I'm writing, so I like to be in my space to write. So going on social media is a little bit distractive.
Okay,
for me.
well,
Maybe you need to have like a management for that part of your life. Yeah.
Okay, but speaking of that, from your appearance and even your vibe of music that I was getting, you're not the most common fish in the ocean. Do you find that also displaying itself in your networking with other people in the industry? Because majority of the people in the industry don't have conscious music for sure.
Yeah, true.
So do you still, do you think that segregates you, or that doesn't really matter when you're networking?
No, it doesn't. I think I'm this kind of person that once I get to wherever I find myself, I try to like blend in with whatever it is that's going on there. So it doesn't really segregate me from everybody in the industry. I bond well with people.
Right.
Okay. So how do you get inspired? I know you say you write conscious music, meaning you want to be able to pass a message when you make a song. So how do you draw your inspiration?
Most times I write songs and I want the listeners to feel what it was that I was feeling when I was writing the song.
Right.
So I just like to be on my own, in my own zone, with my pen and paper and then my speaker, and that's it.
I know you're not in your zone now, but you need to do something for us, like a quick song, not in your zone.
Say, girl, is it a crime that I put my faith in you? Never ever thought you could take me for a fool. See, I wrote you a song cause I thought you were my muse. Now I know that girl is dancing to your blues. Yeah, you lost my light till you blew up the fuse. Every other day now I'm drowning in booze. I asked if you loved me, you're acting confused. Now I know that girl is walking in your shoes, yeah.
Is that a true story?
Yeah, it is.
So she's no longer your muse?
No, she's no longer my muse.
Unless somebody else?
There's another muse.
So you just you're like,
no, just tell us.
Let not jabble.
There's another muse.
We don't mind.
Maybe when I'm leaving here, I'll be taking one with me.
Oh, okay. Larry Berry. Hey, okay. Did you start from church though? Your voice seems really trained.
Yeah. But I wasn't singing in church. I was playing drums.
Okay.
So, yeah.
Is there any other instrument that you play?
Nah, just drums.
Okay, so what should we be expecting from you?
I have loads of other songs, but I'll be dropping. Okay, yeah, I shot the video to my new single Yellow Light.
Okay.
I shot it some days ago. It was directed by Abdullah.
When is it dropping?
In 2 weeks from now.
Okay.
So after that, let's say 2 weeks from that again, I'll be dropping my next single. It's titled DNA.
Okay. I do not confuse that
DNA to DNA.
Yeah, it's DNA to DNA.
What did you say?
DNA the artist.
No. It's too confusing.
Okay, we'll be looking out for that.
All right.
Thank you for drinking tea with us.
My pleasure.
Okay, and that's how I wrap up this episode of Tea Time. Thank you for watching, and to send your opinions via WhatsApp to 09060005719 or tweet at us at +TV Africa. Also, you can watch all this conversation all over again by visiting our YouTube channel at +TV Africa. My thank you, as always, go to my co-anchors, Ife Omar, Ife Oluwashoke had to step down, and of course our guest LB. Thank you for being here.
My pleasure.
My name is Elsie Godwin. Please do stay safe.
Congratulations, you beat coronavirus hands down.
Yes, I did.
The problem is when people lose confidence in governments, it becomes very serious in emergencies like this.
To all citizens, stay at home in the areas under lockdown.
I never jumped since yesterday. Now ball I dey play. So they make myself very happy. For this country, wetin dey happen gan?
They say they share money.
Kò sẹ́ni tó róúnjẹ gbà.
I dey go check my ATM every day, I don't see anything there.
That this is indeed the most challenging crisis we have faced since the Second World War.
A week ago, Mutharika declared a state of national disaster.
All things cannot take work.
When you come out of prison, you will not go back.
That's a challenge at the moment.
We have had 100% recovery.
The virus wey they talk about, say hungry big pass am. Understand? No virus wey big pass hungry.
+TV Africa.
+TV Africa.
Big stories live here.
Many thanks for joining us on News on the Hour on Plus TV Africa.
State government has approved a bill for the establishment of State Security Network Agency, Amotekun.
We have the highest number of extremely poor people in the world.
He's not concerned about lecturers that are raping students that are under their care. He's concerned about them being stigmatized.
And I can tell you that he will get the result in full measure. He cannot avoid responsibility.
Why the focus on Africa at this point?
The news only cover, one side of Africa, so we always felt like the picture is incomplete, so we need the whole picture.
65% of these people, whom we term as the urban poor, live in settlements, otherwise known as slums.
This is just the tip of the iceberg of the road situations in Lagos, from the mainland to the island.
It's been a closed-door security meeting as the retreat for senior police officers hits day 3.
There's this basket or there's this bowl that we all come to the center to pick from. Everybody has to see Nigeria as an investment vehicle, not as a distributive mechanism.
Still on the foreign scenes, Russia has flatly denied allegations that is spreading disinformation about the new coronavirus outbreak on social media.
Australian Open debutant Coco Gauff defeated defending champion Naomi Osaka in 2 straight sets.
Kenneth Okonkwo Kanayo and Bob Manuel Udoku have been conferred with the Veteran Actor of Nigeria Award.
This is Plus TV Africa.
Plus TV Africa.
Plus TV Africa.
Big stories live here.
A lot of the jobs that exist today will not exist in the next 10 years. 10 years.
When I see people today shouting, we're not too young to run, we are ready to run. Ready to run to where?
The people of excellence are, to a certain extent, being held ransom by idiots and bandits.
Once you are in government, you believe everything you do is right. And once you are in opposition, everything the government does is wrong.
And so it's time for us to take over power.
Mona Lisa is all about me. It's all about you. It's all about our stories. The stories that never get told, but ought to.
Whereby water transportation does not make financial sense, it makes economic sense.
I was there for 2.5 hours on the floor. Nobody attended to me.
If we don't take care of the poor will take care of us.
It's about getting at the root of things and hearing from the horse's mouth.
We have 15 public hospitals to make them affordable.
In the whole of Africa, we are bigger. Nigeria, we sleep, eat, dream, fashion.
Those with the financial backing don't see fashion as an investment, which makes no sense.
If they do it for free, they won't have money for the next case.
Mona Lisa is about real life and real lives, yours and mine. Make a date with Mona Lisa, and together, let's ensure that the important stories get told.
Plus TV Africa is a news television station that prides itself in presenting to our audience the unbundling of big stories that impact the lives of Africans at home within the continent and those in diaspora.
I'm on the field and ready for you.
Okay. Vibration and a sudden explosion.
You have to think big, but you have to start small.
I want to encourage you to wear a mask wherever you go.
We use some of the best technology to create the kind of content that millennials love to watch. We unbundle the kind of stories that impact their lives and they are happy to learn from. This is where big stories live.
3, 2, 1,
Thank you for joining us in Plus TV Africa News.
We can't talk about education reform if we don't decolonize our education system.
What we do not understand, we will stigmatize. Because it's just cultural. And I think it's just human nature.
They stop paying us salary. I don't like remembering it.
I am angry at Nigeria. I'm angry at this government which seems to be letting us down. I am angry at us as a people.
In the process of struggling to free myself from his hand, he tore my pants and he raped me.
He said like, can't give me a job, that I'm too short, then I should go, but he did pay me, so that's why I can't sit down like that, so that my children will be hungry.
Don't give up on yourself, don't give up on God, especially if you give up on yourself, people will give up on you.
This is Plus TV Africa. Big stories live here.
In recent times, getting employment is a major testimony. Getting a fantastic job, that's a cat with all the cream. So in what world does anyone ever leave that sort of job? Well, in this world. Not Your 9 to 5 show covers all the seemingly questions and intrigues.
I can't work for anybody. Number of times I spent with shoes, I see shoes in my dreams sometimes.
I can't be waiting for salary. I know we have a lot of challenges.
Working for people is like starting from the scratch.
We have political issues, we have socio-economic.
And yes, so my country people, you do well say you join us inside news on the hour for Plus TV Africa. And this is not the Coco Bang Bang Tori we want some give on until this very o'clock as it is hot. My name na Destiny Momo. And yes, so the Ondo State Deputy Governor Agboola Ajayi don't resign in membership from the People's Democratic Party. Ajayi lost the primary of the PDP to Eyitayo Jegede, and them say him been sent letter of resignation to PDP Secretariat for him ward. And when instead they thank the national leadership plus the members of PDP for their warm reception and acceptance inside the short period when he been rejoined the party. Ajayi Sama say in decision they based on the call from him people and say make in contest for the forthcoming governorship election inside the state. And they gather say PDP for the ward under the chairmanship of Mr. Festus Oboro be acknowledge the receipt of the resignate letter. And even serve the chief press secretary to the deputy governor Mr. Tokpe Okeowo being confirmed to develop to Plus TV Africa. And yes, so the People's Democratic Party, PDP, for inside Odo State, they don't samaya and say the resignation of the Deputy Governor Agboola Ajayi say it no go affect the prospect of the victory inside the October 10 governorship election. The Ondo PDP then sama the Deputy Governor say he abused the welcome and privilege we then give him and from the party supporters during by him brief stay for the party. And the State Publicity Secretary of the PDP, Kennedy Cantu Perete, for statement and where the Sama for Akure Yan say Ajayi resignate, he proves say in the very, very desperate to become the governor of Ondo State. And according to the statement for the days to come, and he don't done on him, say he don't squander anything will remain for him goodwill and with this kind of decision we make. And yes, so the Independent National Electoral Commission, then Samayan say they don't start to document all the incidents of violence and hate speech for Edo State for necessary action. INEC been they react to the comment from the People's Democratic Party, say the commission been they play to the gallery, and sake of their no say the party they do badness bege for inside Edo State. And INEC National Commissioner where they in charge of voter education and informate Festus Okoye Samayan say the commission they record bad yarns and where they inflame passion. And it's this summer say the commission still they record violent acts and threat to the smooth conduct of elections for Edo plus Ondo State. Okoye explained say the commission a regulatory agency and it could continue to encourage all the registered political parties to take to the path of peace plus electoral transparency. And yes, so a security operative then they tried to stop attack and isolated the killing for inside the southern Kaduna, and they don't arrest some bandits plus criminals and where they suspected to be members of the gang where they disturbed the area. The sector commander of the operation Safe Haven for Kafanchan, Colonel David Nwakonobi Sama newsmen say 8 suspects being gonna be arrested for different locations with dangerous weapons we been in their hand during by the operation we been carried out by the task force. The suspected bandits where they parade by the security operatives for Kaduna say some of the items where they be recovered from the suspects include locally fabricated pump action guns and locally made pistols and then 9mm ammunition plus machete and even motorcycle. And one of the military men who have been involved for the last attack of one of the communities been killed for one shootout and in dead body they can discover him for Kibori village. And during one rescue operation from the troops, and this now according to Colonel Mwa Konobi. And bandits for recent times, they don't make Southern Kaduna a very, very bad place to stay. And yes, so to follow us discuss this matter, now Dr. Asukwo Mende Achibong will be legal practitioner inside Akwa Ibom. I want to hail you, Barrister. Yes, so we'll go some a quick break, and when we return, we'll go join our guest to take some us about what they happen inside Southern Kaduna. Just now we go return.
In a world of overwhelming voices, where everyone has something to say,
it is important that we bring the core issues to the fore.
As we lend our voices to inspire, inform, influence, and provoke your thoughts and action.
We want to hear these issues and know what you are saying. This is not just women talking.
It is an evocative program that touches the core of our existence.
We take on topics some may consider taboo and want to sweep under the carpet.
We understand that what touches one touches all. We know you have a lot to say, so let's hear you.
It is engagement we need to have.
Those who suffer miscarriages are never taken into account.
Members of the National Assembly are also influence peddlers.
You are sitting on Nigerians' money.
From the barbing, I pay my rent. On the barbing, I send my children to school.
A consultative engagement.
No any tangible notification before they ban us.
It's one thing for people to be at your back and the heat of the moment, and another thing for them to still be with you when push comes to shove.
I will do everything to take Lagos out of the national grid.
And yeah, so and still on top of Southern Kaduna matter, and we get Dr. Asukwo Mende Achibong, will be legal practitioner inside Akwa Ibom. Mr. Achibong, would I hail you this evening?
Yes, I hear you. Good evening.
Correct. And thank you, sir. You join our Bonga News this casual evening. What will be your opinion for this Southern Kaduna matter as the matter take be like this now?
The matter serious well. Anytime where human being life come enter, people they lose them life. The matter go serious well. Every day you hear say them they kill people for Southern Kaduna. Every day you hear say people where they under curfew. They abide by the curfew rules. But other people know they agree, abide by the curfew rules, then they enter Southern Kaduna, they kill people. So it make person they wonder, how then they carry enter Southern Kaduna where everybody supposed they're under curfew? And how then they drive motor enter that area where they not supposed to enter? And how then they drive motor come up from that area where they not even supposed to come up from? So if the killing can't be like this, where are security forces, where them they? How then they escape after they don't come in, come on the place, loot the place, kill the people, massacre them people? How then they carry escape from that area where police or army or soldier man know they fit see them or know they fit catch them? So it get as this thing can be now because so many people don't lose their life from there, and not be only say them they lose their life. People where they come for that area no fit enter them farm again. People where they live for that area no fit stay for that place again. So they don't come up from there. So hunger don't enter that whole area. As they come up from there now, then go get to enter another place, go to begin stay.
Okay,
so
now,
hunger come enter even where them they go again. Person where sabi person outside Southern Kaduna don't come out. People when they even sabi people inside outside of Southern Kaduna, then they enter internally displaced person area. And for that place safe, rape, thieving, armed robbery, bad things just the answer enter for that place.
Okay, so now, Mr. Achibong, we hear say
so
security.
No way they say for people.
Mr. Achibong, you hear me? We have the security people that don't already arrest some persons. You feel say the security people then do well like that, and you just not the right people where they arrest, where do the badness.
Where them arrest these people? Why them not arrest the people before they enter? So it can't be like say people don't begin the talk, so then just round up anybody where them see. They don't really show evidence of waiting these people where them arrest don't do. Then just parade people say they not arrest person. If now say them arrest people as the people they go to kill people, hey, you go see them arrest people with guns, you go see them arrest people with knives, you go see them arrest people with inside motor where they go inside that area. If they say they don't begin to shoot, they kill people, they slaughter people for that Southern Kaduna area, like Mandaria area. Hey, police come enter, come catch them red-handed. That one will come make person belly concert too small, say they don't catch the people where don't enter, they kill people. Or they say they catch these people as then they come out for night, make them come out, go wrong from waiting they don't do bad for that Southern Kaduna area. But to just carry people, say we don't catch people, you get as it be. And when you look well now, the people where talk where these people come they kill them say they come with a very serious heavy weapon. But the weapon they are the guns where we they see where they parade some people where them bring forward say they catch them. That small weapons. Maybe the kind big weapons where these people talk say then they hear for night. They when they shoot boom 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 boom. This one where they show now pack out kind of weapon where they can show. Okay. So. Yeah,
okay, so what do you go call? What do you go last advise the people of Southern Kaduna to take end this matter once and for all, so that this badness could stop, and the people where they live there, they go feel sleep with their 2 eyes closed.
My brothers, where they are making us protect yourself because nobody is coming for you. So far, nobody don't come protect you. If anybody said then they come protect you. Protect yourself first. When they come arrive, then go help you protect yourself. All the men wait there for that place. I'm telling you now, protect every woman wait there for that place. No agree any person kill your wife. No agree any person kill your pikin. Instead, make you die first before a person touch any woman wait there for that area. Protect yourself, my brothers.
Okay, thank you so much, Mr. Achibong, for this Ogbonge information where you summer inside our Ogbonge news and make you get Kajad evening. And yes, it was the news go continue about 4 terrorist arms suppliers that have been there on their way to Obodo Nigeria. They killed by officials of the Niger Republic Army. The Libyan arms suppliers been there colobit before they been reach the border will lead to Nigeria for the Niger Republic. And they believe say the arms dealers and arms suppliers of the bandits we don't they terrorize Nigeria northwestern region. And apart from the bandits, Nigeria served and they fight Boko Haram insurgency for northeast region. According to the Institute of Security Studies, ISS, Boko Haram will get their route for Nigeria, and then they pose potential danger to Nigerian neighbors if their influence is spread past the country borders. And yes, so the Petroleum Tankers Drivers Association, they don't hear and say they plan to do strike. We could start on Monday. As they been take a plan because the association, they never reach any agreement with the Lagos State government. And this now according to the National Chairman of PTDA, Mr. Salimonu Oladiti. And in some say the issues have been, they forced the drivers to plan to embark on indefinite strike and say they never address them. And we be saying an issue of extortion plus harassment. And this is say the association, they know they're very happy and for the way fuel supply day for this time. And as they take note, say the attendance effect and plus say it go still bring bad demand for the hopes of the government and say to meet this matter to avert the strike, say it go get a CB. And even of the National President of the National Union of Petroleum and Natural Gas Workers, William Sakporeha, and the General Secretary Olawale Afolabi, then been yarn this one for statement on Friday, so that the direct tanker drivers to make them start withdrawal of their service as from 12 midnight on Monday. And yes, so before the August 14 resume of inside dining service inside restaurants, they with mixed reactions take of fast food consumers inside some parts of Lagos Island. Then they express satisfaction with the new normal of say they no go allow them to eat inside. People then go buy food for eateries and due to the outbreak of the COVID-19.
Everything seems like normal. Just you can't just sit down, you just have to go back to your house or go back to a place of more convenience where you can sit down and eat.
Over the last few months, it's been frustrating. It's been basically deliveries, you call in and then you have something delivered to the house. Even that has been frustrating as well, but we can't complain. We have to stay alive.
Nothing has really changed. Like, I barely eat outside, so.
It's a good feeling knowing that restaurants and most lounges will be open pretty soon. So yeah, I guess we would have a bit of our social life back. I'm looking forward to how we're going to do that because I know there's still a curfew at 10. But yeah, it feels good to know that there's a bit of life coming back with the whole corona thing going on. So yeah, I'm looking forward to how it comes out.
And yes, so inside the Border Africa Tory, France Anti-Terror Prosecutor Office, they don't hear and say that they took eye for the killing of 8 people, including French aid workers by gunmen from Niger. And then France don't confirm, say nationals they among the dead without say they give any number. French aid group ACT then say plenty of their workers they among those people who then killed during by one tourist outing. And they believed it to be the first of that kind of attack for Westerners for the area, one popular tourist attraction for the former French colony, and thanks to the unique population of West Africa or Niger giraffes. And even Imam Mahmoud Diko, and we then consider the head of the opposition June 5 movement from Mali, don't accuse France, say then summer the nation current political begay. And you see here and say the former colonizer don't they move and behind the scenes to influence the choice of the next Malian prime minister. The Imam been sharing thoughts for the current political begay for inside Mali, and Diko still here and say Prime Minister Bobo Cisse say Sama legit political ground to stand for double down for in suspect of France and with it behind Ibrahim Boubacar Keita matter for the presidency and even against the unyielding calls for in resignate from the opposition. And yes, on top of Bodo Tory World Health Organization, they don't announce vast global gap between funds where they need to fight the coronavirus pandemic and the money where they commit. And according to WHO, just about only 10% are available for the funding of the billions of dollars where they need. Jacinta Obiuku bin Sama this report.
The head of World Health Organization had on Monday warned that there is a huge gap in funding to help fight the coronavirus pandemic. Tedros Ghebreyesus said at a news conference that there was a vast global gap between the organization's ambition for a fund known as Access to COVID-19 Tools Accelerator.
We have to fundamentally scale up the way we're financing the ACT Accelerator and prioritize the use of new tools. There is a vast global gap between our ambition for the ACT Accelerator and the amount of funds that have been committed. While we're grateful for those that have made contributions, we're only 10% of the way to funding the billions required to realize the promise of the ACT Accelerator. And this is only part of the global investment needed to ensure everyone, everywhere, can access the tools.
The ACT Accelerator was launched in April 2020 and is attempting to bring together government, health organizations, scientists, businesses, and philanthropists to speed up an end to the pandemic by supporting the development and the distribution of the diagnostics, vaccines, and treatments needed.
For the vaccines alone, over 100 billion will be needed, US dollars. This sounds like a lot of money, and it is. But it is small in comparison to the $10 trillion that have already been invested by G20 countries in fiscal stimulus to deal with the consequences of the pandemic so far.
Acknowledging the suffering caused by the pandemic, Tedros said there was still hope nevertheless.
This week we will reach 20 million registered cases of COVID-19 and 750,000 deaths. Behind these statistics, there is a great deal of pain and suffering. Every life lost matters. I know many of you are grieving and that this is a difficult moment for the world. But I want to be clear. There are green shoots of hope, and no matter where a country, a region, a city, or a town is, it's never too late to turn the outbreak around.
Over 20 million people have been infected across the world, with close to 13 million recovered from the pandemic and about 734,000 death rate.
Yes, so like 6 people don't they reported killed and more than a dozen wounded for bomb boa inside the southwestern Pakistan. And one boa with them planned for motorbike na in blow for the heart of the city of Chaman and with borders of Afghanistan, Kandahar province. And according to the regional police official Muhammad Iqbal, at least 6 people died and 20 others wounded for the boa with Shele. And no group don't claim responsibility for the boa so far. And violence from Islamist militants and ethnic Baloch rebels that don't recently surged across Pakistan, especially for Balochistan, the largest and most volatile province for the country, and we border Afghanistan and Iran. And yes, on top business story, the Central Bank of Obodo Naija on Saturday, they don't officially change the exchange rate of Naira to the dollar from 361 Naira to 379 Naira for their website. The Apex Bank, they don't earlier express their decision to take unify the exchange rate for the country and sake of forex scarcity still there. And they never still announce if this one will be the official unified exchange rate. And meanwhile, the Naira exchange for 473 Naira for the parallel market on Friday. Experts don't continue to summer single exchange rate for the country. And even said the Presidio Association of Bureau de Change Operators of Niger, Alhaji Aminu Gwadabe. Now, someone said this decision it will ease regulate to supervise summer short transparency and effective price discover and deep bonge market. The senior partner regulatory and technology S-Transactor partner Eben Joels and Sama said the gap between the different exchange rates and where they operate for Nigeria, they create arbitrage opportunity for highly connected people. And yes, so still for front on Top Plus TV Africa News. Now our roundup on Top Jolly Entertainment Story plus Sports Waka. We're going to return just now. And yes, on Top Jolly Entertainment, to Pain and Glory star Antonio Banderas don sama say he test positive for COVID-19 on Monday for his 60th birthday. And I want to make am public say today, August 10, I did forced to celebrate my 60th birthday inside quarantine. And second, I test positive for COVID-19 disease and where they caused by coronavirus. And so the star take tweets for Spanish. And he say I could take advantage of this isolation to read, write, rest, and continue to make plans to start to give meaning to my 60 years where I enter with Ogbonge happiness. Big hug to everybody. And so Banderas take a yarn. And then no Banderas for roles away. They as diverse as the Mask of Zorro, Once Upon a Time for Mexico, and The Skin I Live In. In score Oscar nominate for Pedro Almodovar Pain, and in current slate of projects included The Hitman Wife, Bodyguard, Uncharted, and the Official Competition. And yes, on top sports worker, Red Bull Max Verstappen been win Formula 1 70th anniversary Grand Prix for Silverstone on Sunday to take end Mercedes run and to still be Lewis Hamilton's closest challenger. The race they dominated from strategies and tires, and Lewis Hamilton they sweep past Mercedes teammate Valtteri Bottas to take second place late for the race and stay 30 points clear for the standings. And 6 times world champion Hamilton will gain extra point for fastest lap instead of equal Ferrari great Michael Schumacher record of 155 career podium finish. And yes, so that now won't get to read for this time. I make a leave now to breathe fresh air. We can still bring more background to take come on at the month. For more news, information, make on join us on top of Facebook, Instagram, and Twitter. Plus, you can make up get sense if you subscribe to our YouTube channel at Plus TV Africa. And always put your DSTV for channel 408 for more Ogbonge to read. And don't forget to stay very, very safe. My name is Destiny Momo.
We can't talk about education reform if we don't decolonize our education system.
What we do not understand, we will stigmatize. Because it's just cultural. And I think it's just human nature.
They stop paying us salary. I don't like remembering it.
I am angry at Nigeria. I'm angry at this government which seems to be letting us down. I am angry at us as a people.
In the process of struggling to free myself from his hand, he tore my pants and he raped me.
He said like I'll give me a job that I'm too short, then I should go, but he still pay me. So that's why I can't sit down like that, so that my children will be hungry.
Don't give up on yourself. Don't give up on God, especially. If you give up on yourself, people will give up on you.
This is Plus TV Africa. Big stories live here.
This is it for upcoming artists to blow in Nigeria.
Welcome to Plus Trending. I am Buki November, your host, saying thank you for joining us on today's episode.
Welcome back. It's tea time on Plus TV Africa.
Practice makes perfect. I'm not perfect yet, but I'm a lot better than I used to be.
He's a king. He's entitled to marry 100 if he wants to.
First of all, I think every Nigerian should know that nobody owes you anything.
Well, I've delivered my advocacy in a language I hope we understand.
Ni hao.
So let's forget the charade that is decency. Nigeria is culturally bankrupt.
He brought up Big Brother. They're telling them that if you want to be famous, if you want to be noticed overnight, you want to be a star, this is your ladder in a country where there is no hope for you otherwise.
Let me take it up from there. We are a country where we punish good behavior and reward bad behavior.
If we all, the way we troop out to Canaan land, and we all troop out like that and say, we'll just sit down here on the express and won't go anywhere until government takes a decision.
It's easier said than done in the sense that clearly, otherwise we would have done it. Because going out and protesting without a goal is a pointless protest.
That approach is not working.
You are not protesting.
No, hold on. No, hold on.
your show, Not Your 9 to 5, where we tell incredible stories of individuals who left their primary disciplines and ventured into something else, which is not necessarily your regular 9 to 5. Today we are telling the story of Olubusola Mada, who left the walls of banking industry to become a maker and producer of apparels, customized apparels at that. Listen to our story in a bit. My name is Olubusola Mada. I studied accounting in school and, well, I was a banker for 7.5 years. All through my banking career, I was also doing my business by the side. Not until last year, July 26th precisely. That was my last day being a banker, and here's what I do now. I make clothes, I make children's clothes, I make urban apparel, t-shirts, hoodies, joggers. This is my world. Whatever it is, if it is creativity, fun, happiness, you come here. I left my banking career and I've been doing this full time. My experience, well, there's been ups and downs. It's been fun and it's been challenging, especially because this is the first time in my life that I have to totally concentrate and do a customer-facing job. While I was in the banking industry, I worked at the head office all through my banking career, and I never really had to interact so much with customers. But now, I have to take customers' orders, I have to arrange customers' orders, send them down, it comes back to me, sort them, dispatch, get customers' feedback. So right now, I am like the old face of the business, which is very new to me. So it's been a learning phase. I'm still learning, and I'm open to more learning because, well, to keep this place running, we have to face customers. We have to do this. So, well, as much as possible, we try to reduce our costs so that our prices are not too high for our customers. So our packaging materials are actually produced by us. So we just go ahead and, so we bought a lot of papers and we do it by ourselves. So we just go ahead and use gums. So we just go ahead and use gums to like glue them together. So we have t-shirts here. So I don't know if I've told you, we do all these things. Okay, so this one is for a customer. They are yet to pick it up. So we do t-shirts and all these things for families as well. So we do children, we do adults, we do all sexes. So this is for dad. It says I'm dad, I don't care. So the other ones, so for the mom, we decided to jazz it up a bit with glitters, and mom says that I make the rules and dad says that I don't care. So we like to put a lot of creativity and sarcasm in producing our designs. So, well, I told you also that we do children's clothes as well. We have various types of outfits for children. So these are shorts with a little suspenders in front. So we have very cute outfits for children. We still have them. And we also do things with Ankara as well. We are Nigerians, we are. The challenges is really come from the fact that you have to keep the place running. You have to make sure that you have jobs to do. You have to make sure that the cost is really low so that you can have enough to plow back into the business and at the same time pay salary. You have to make sure that you're managing your customers
and you have as much visibility as possible on social media, you know, and you have to manage everybody. You have to manage the people who are working with you. You have to manage customers. You have to manage the vendors that you're working with. For instance, your dispatch guys. Any mistake can spoil everything, and at the end of the day, customer is not happy. When customer is not happy, you don't make money. So it's a small box that comprises so many things, and at times you feel dragged, like so many things. But it's really interesting, actually. It's really interesting. I won't call it challenging. I would say it's really, really interesting. I won't say that my life as a banker is better than this, or that this is better than that. I would just say that at different points in our lifetime, we are wired to do different things. So back then, I was already doing this as a side also. So, and as at that time, at the 24th of the month, I know that something is coming into my pocket. But right now, I always know that the 24th of the month, we need to pay salary. The company needs to pay salary. So even if we don't even have it at that time, I have to look for every means, get jobs, chat friends, and so that at least we can have something to pay at that time of the month. So it's a totally different lifestyle. At the point in my career, I felt that I had done it all, as in I had given my all to the banking system. And I felt that if I stayed there longer, there's really nothing so much of me, and I'm missing out on the next level of my life. So I thought, okay, how about, this is something I've been doing for a while, how about I give it a try? I've learned so much in the banking industry, and I've learned so much from my mentors, I've learned so much from school. So why don't I put all the learnings together and then create something out of it? So these kind of things give me